Alright, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Need to see if the audio is coming through. And then I've just got to click on a few things and move a few things around, and should be ready to go really soon. Thank you, Macintosh, for your feedback. I've turned it up a bit. My microphone is admittedly a little far away right now because I'm sitting on the other side of the desk. But I've turned it up in post. Hopefully that sounds better. I can't honestly tell right now, but I guess I'll see in about 5 seconds. Alright, I turned it up a bit more. Hopefully that's a bit more clear. I'm gonna go run downstairs really quick and go grab a few more things, and then I should be good. Okay, the local time is just after 6 p.m. Central Time. I have everything I need to start, I think, at least. We'll find out once I lose everything. But I'm gonna go ahead and click on a few things, and we're gonna get started here. So give me just a second. Okay, the local time is this is still turned on. Turn that off. And then I should be able to hit this button, and there. Hello everybody, welcome to the ComputerSmith live show, or whatever this is. If you're watching this live, thank you so much for making it. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for watching. And today we have our Macintosh Plus from the video that I just uploaded on Friday. And where we left off in the video, we got this computer to turn on, and we verified that the logic board now works with our new RAM slots installed. We verified that the ROM chips are good, even though, so now we have fresh ROM chips, and we know that the chips that were in it before are still good, so we can use those if we need to. But the main issue is that the video connector is kind of loose, so we're going to have to fix that. And it should be pretty simple. We're just going to reflow the solder on both the logic board and the analog board. I've had to do this before. I did this on the other 512K that was in episode 2. I did it off camera, though, so that wasn't as... Actually, no, I did do that part on camera. It's been a while since I've done that video, admittedly, so I'm not sure, honestly. But we can go ahead and get started here. I've got the setup here. I'm going to have to move some things around here. Let me move this rig really quick. This is a little janky, but it should work. I just have to raise it up a bit, and then... Oof, I can hear my laptop fan spooling up, so sounds like we're in for it. Okay. Let's see here. What's the best way for me to do this? As you can tell, I'm not prepared at all for this. If you can't tell, we were supposed to start at 5:30, and it's now 6. I was struggling a lot with getting the stream graphics to work. For some reason, OBS was just like not scaling stuff properly, so that was a huge issue. But I think I've got it sorted now. Now all of the video windows like fit in their little dialog boxes. OBS was doing something stupid where in the preview it would work fine, and the moment that I would cut it over to live, it would just break. I'm not sure what the deal with that was, but I got it fixed. If it breaks in the middle of the live stream, whatever. So anyways, we're going to go ahead and get started here. The first step is to pull the logic board out. So that's pretty simple. We're just going to pull this out, the floppy drive connector, and then we're just going to wiggle the main connector loose. And then we should be able to just pull this out here. Now today's my lucky day because I don't have to worry about recording super high quality audio, so I can actually have the ventilation system in here running. One commenter rightfully pointed out that I do need to get a fume extractor. I do agree with you. I do need to get a fume extractor. That's next on my list. I'm probably going to order that like as soon as I stop this stream. But I'm going to go ahead and set the chassis aside for now, and we're going to work on the logic board. This shouldn't take long at all. All we need to do is just apply some fresh solder on these pins right here. I've got my iron over here. I just need to plug it in really fast. Let it heat up while I get everything ready. Actually, hang on just a second. What is this plugged into? I don't need this plugged in. Like I said, I'm not prepared at all for this stream, but that's part of the fun of it, honestly. Gonna use my Hako gun here because it is very useful when it comes to doing these tasks. This thing was a huge help in desoldering those RAM slots, even though it jammed on me when I first started filming. Here's actually here's a fun fact about the video that I just filmed. was the shot where I was like, it was really sped up and it was me desoldering the RAM slots. I had a lot of trouble filming that because when I first started filming it, like, I started filming it the first day, and I desoldered like 6 pins, and then my desoldering pump jammed, and I couldn't get it unjammed because they give you, this is the tool that they give you to unjam it, and it's like, it's super, like I can bend it with my fingers. It's not sturdy enough to actually like pull out everything all the time. So I had to go on Amazon and go get a cleaning drill, which is somewhere in my messy stack of parts over here. I had to wait for that to rest. That took about a week, and then for some reason I kept having an issue with my camera, which is my phone, by the way. I kept having an issue with my camera where it would just stop recording after 4 minutes or so. I found out it was because I was listening to Spotify, and for some reason, every time that it would change tracks, it would use my phone's microphone for something. And as a result of that, it would stop recording. I don't know why it did that, because it doesn't normally do that, because I normally listen to music when I'm like soldering stuff, and I do it on my Xbox, which is how I've always done it. But I guess just this one time it wanted to do that, so whatever. But I ended up getting it sorted, and the shot that you see in the video is the last shot that I actually did. So if you look very closely, you'll notice that I only actually desolder like 2 rows of pins. And that's why that's the way it is because I did desolder all of them, just the way that the filming happened, it would have looked incredibly jank if I tried to do all those clips together. So I just said, screw it. Anyways, I do need this piece as well. Where'd it go? Just to prevent me from making another burn hole in my tablecloth, because we've already got enough of those, I think. Heat the tube of the gun with a heat gun. I have like here I record all these videos at the house, and here at my house I do have like just a Ryobi battery operated heat gun, and that seems to work pretty well. If I could go back in time, I would have tried that, but this is the tool I have now for cleaning it out. Is a Hako, like, it's like a little drill piece. It's much sturdier, and you just kind of shit in there and kind of just push everything out, and it worked fine, and I haven't had any issues with jamming ever since then. So with that done, we are on the lowest heat setting. Yes, these are both set to 660 Fahrenheit. We are just gonna go ahead and we're gonna just start. Let me adjust this camera here just a second. It's super lopsided and it's driving me nuts. I can only imagine how it feels to be the viewer having to watch this. That's a bit better. I think we could do like a drop this down here. We're getting the live production. What'd you do that for? I'm not sure why it's doing that like zoom thing. That's really weird. Would you mind not doing that? I'm about to give myself a burn with this like soldering iron that's turned on while I'm screwing with the camera. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. We're gonna leave it now. That looks fine, I think. And so, yeah, the point is here, we're just gonna suck up all this solder and put some fresh solder on it. I've got some fresh solder right here, so let's just get after it. The main pin that we want to focus on is this little isolated one right here, because that's what's actually going to the video connector. The rest of these are all just like power and such, but we have had some issues with the other pins. So, and already I noticed an issue. My soldering tip here on my pump is not going to fit over that, but that's okay. We'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. And truth be told, we don't really need to suck up all of the solder on it. We just need like a decent amount. So whatever works, works. When you're heating up old solder like this, it's always a good idea to just do low temperature on your iron and just have some patience. Be slow with it and just let it soak up. So we don't strictly need to soak up all the solder. The idea is we're just gonna put some new solder in it. I touched on this briefly in I think it was episode 2 where I talked about the ROMs and where we were having this similar issue with our display connector on the 512K number 1. And the thing is that over time these kind of solder joints they can crack, and those cracks can be so microscopic that you won't even notice them with the naked eye. And I've learned throughout the years in my studies that there's a thing called the law of thermal expansion, which I'm sure most of you have heard of. The idea is that as things get hot, they expand, and as they cool off, they contract. And when you have pieces of metal like this, that rapid expansion and contraction can cause it to crack over the years. And so that's what I suspect is happening with this, is it's just cracking as a result of its age and heat cycles. And of course, also, these old Macs don't have any sort of cooling system on the inside of them. There's no fan or anything, which sucks, by the way. So I'd say that my theory is pretty sound. But like I said, I'm not a professional, so do take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I do honestly have no clue what I'm talking about. But that's part of the fun of it. Okay, somewhere over here I have a pinout for this connector. Let me get it pulled up here just so I can know what it is I'm working on. Somewhere, yeah, here it is. So this is the connector as we're looking at it right now, is this one right here. And that pin right there is our video pin. So that's probably the most important one. That's a horizontal sync, so that it's also a video pin. This one is sound. Our sound works fine, so we don't really need to reflow this one, but it wouldn't hurt to do so. We have our vertical sync, which is another video thing. And then a 5-volt rail, and then ground. Negative 12 volts, ground, another positive 12 volts, and then this is running to the clock battery, which of course is not really relevant because we're not running a clock battery in it right now, so it's fine, it's whatever. Anyways, so we've done these two, we need to go do the rest of these. Again, it's a bit harder to do this without the desoldering pump. I guess it's just... I did actually buy a bigger tip for it at some point, but it doesn't fit on my pump despite the fact that it said it would. So that's a bummer, but oh well. But anyways, having seen that pinout, I can pretty safely say that there shouldn't be any continuity between most of these pins. So we're going to have to go over this here in a bit and check it and make sure that we haven't accidentally made things worse by shorting it out. Oh wait, I've just realized I should probably be using flux for this. Haha. It's also a good idea if you're using like a desoldering braid. It's always a good idea to put some flux on the braid as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just pre-apply some flux to all this. We'll use a nice generous amount and then I'll clean it up later. Or as we say in the industry, just fix it in post. In the industry, that is. Okay, on to pin number 4. I could have done a better job with that. That'll do. And then more flux. I'm really hoping that this loose pin issue is isolated to this board. Chances are it's not going to be, but I'm really hoping that it is, because when I was disassembling all those 512Ks, the analog board, it just kind of came out. But I'm looking at the one that's on the chassis here, and it has these black divot things that are holding it in place, and those are they're going to be a bit of a pain to take out. So I'm really hoping that we don't have to do that, because it's going to be quite annoying, I think. But you know what? Sometimes you got to make sacrifices. I think we're doing this one now. I think we're doing number 5. Oh yeah. How are we looking on the other side of the board? All the pins are looking fine so far. I haven't knocked anything loose yet, so that's good. Okay. Just gonna keep trimming this braid here, because my braid kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. So I gotta keep it trimmed to have it work optimally. Somebody in the comments on my new video suggested a good brand of braid for me to buy. I'm gonna have to take them up on that, because having a good braid it would be really nice, because desoldering is certainly my least favorite part of doing these videos, and having my desoldering pump has certainly made this process a lot easier. But of course there's some times where the desoldering pump won't work, or it doesn't do the job all the way, so you gotta resort to the braid. Okay, maybe we should turn this up a bit. There we go. Put flux on it. Okay, we have 4 more pins to go on this end, and then we'll put it back in the computer, test it, hopefully nothing lights on fire, and then if that still doesn't work, we're going to have to breathe a deep sigh and take out the analog board and see what we can do with it. Wow, that didn't do anything. That's okay. We'll just try again. Ouchie, that's hot. There we go. That's worked. Okay. Come on. There we go. Right, 2 more. Go ahead and trim the wick really quick. So I can't really demonstrate this with this stream, but next video I'm expecting the colors to look a lot better. One of the problems I've had pretty much since I've started this channel is getting the colors to look good, and I know that like the proper way to do it is you're supposed to like film in log and then use a LUT file to color grade it or something. And I tried that. That was like the first thing I tried when I started this channel, and for whatever reason it just didn't work. And I think now I figured out how to tune my settings to where it'll actually work to color grade. So I'm hoping that next video the colors won't look so gaudy and washed out, because color grading has always been kind of my weak suit when it comes to making these videos. And it's been pretty hit or miss with this new upload. I'd say that some of the shots that were on the iPhone came out really good, while some of them look absolutely terrible. So I'm hoping that with this next video there'll be a bit more consistency. The reason that it didn't work before is because for whatever reason the monitors that I keep in the background, my little TVs, would just become like violently overexposed. And I've solved this a few different ways. I've turned down the brightness on the monitors themselves. That helps a little bit. And I've also changed my shutter speed value, which helps a little bit as well. Right, so we've just reflowed all the solder. Now we can give it a nice cleanup here. Get all the extra flux off it with some 99% alcohol. See, most of it ran off here, so I'm just going to have to dip it back in. So just looking at it, it looks pretty good. I'd say I can't say I see any continuity or any shorts. Just wanted to drop in and say the quality, pace, and structure of your videos are great and better than people with bigger channels. Keep at it and you'll get there, no doubt. Thank you so much for your kind words. It's very flattering to see all the compliments I've gotten on this new video, and I'm really appreciative of all you guys for watching this video and telling me it's good, because I thought it was just okay. I thought it was just okay. I thought I could have done better. So the fact that you guys seem to think it's really good is a sign that I'm doing something correctly. So thank you guys so much for all the compliments. It truly does mean the whole world to me. This is only just the beginning of this channel. I do have a few more uploads. I was going to do a video, I was hoping to get it out by like June, and it was going to be like an hour long. But I just decided today, from one of my friends suggested that I should just turn it into a multiple part series. So I think I'm just going to do that instead. And that'll either be the next video or the one after the next. I was really hoping, because April Fool's is coming up, and I really wanted to do something funny for April Fool's, But I don't think I'm gonna have enough time, especially because it's not spring break anymore. I just started my classes again today, so I'm gonna have a little bit less free time to work on YouTube stuff now that college is starting back up. But I was really hoping to maybe do something funny for April Fools. I don't think that'll happen this year, but now I have a whole year to think about what I'm gonna do for April Fools next year, and I gotta think of something stupid to do. I don't have any Q-tips in here, do I? No! Okay, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick and go grab a Q-tip. I will be right back. Right. Of course, remember when you're doing electronics repair like this, always try to aim for getting 99% alcohol. It's kind of hard to find it sometimes, admittedly. I think you can find it in the grocery store, like, sometimes, maybe. I just buy it from Amazon because they have it pretty consistently. But they only have it in, like, massive, like, packs of, like, 30. But I do use a lot of it, so I wouldn't mind having a massive pack of 30 like that. But, it's not like a hard requirement that you have to use 99% ISO, but it's a really good idea to do such. There's a few reasons. The main reason is because whenever you're using like 91 or especially 70%, that other percentage that isn't alcohol is water, and water's no good for electronics, particularly whenever they're powered on, of course. So, and alcohol evaporates pretty fast. So it's always a good idea to just use 99% because it evaporates pretty quickly. Right. So everything looks good so far. I can't seem to see any sort of bridging. That one right there looks like it could probably use maybe some better flow. So I'm just gonna kind of do that to it really quick. And I'm gonna take my multimeter here, which this thing sucks, by the way. This thing is awful. The decimal place doesn't work on it, and the terminals are always super loose. So maybe it'll work. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch back over to our pinout picture here, just so we can make sure. Okay, so there's a short between, let's see, what is this? 2, 3, 4. Between 4 and 5. So that's between 5 volt to ground. Okay, that's probably not good. So it's probably not supposed to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and reflow this one here. And then reflow this one. I probably should have done this test before I took all the solder out and such. But oh well. Who knows? Maybe it is supposed to do that. Go grab another one of my Macs from the shelf and go find out. Okay, there we go. Oh, what? Do these aren't shorted. Am I tripping right now? Hold on. So that would be these two pins right here. Yeah, it says they're shorted. And that's the plus 5 volts and ground one. I don't think that's supposed to happen, because seeing as the ground and 12 volts over here, they don't make contact. These don't make contact, but these do. I'm gonna go ahead and test everything else really quick. These two should have contact because these are both ground pins. And then these are probably not going to have contact, yeah. That one's good. That one's good. It's just these two. And that's super weird because I can't see any solder that's connecting the two of them. This is completely clear. So maybe it is supposed to do that? I don't know. That's really weird. I'm gonna just like hit them with some flux and solder again, and if that doesn't work, I'm just gonna go ahead and dig out one of my 512s, and we'll do a test on it. And if that has continuity between those two pins, then I guess it's okay. That's why I hate working on this stuff. I hate it, but I love it. It's one of those things where it's like while you're working on it, you're like furious, and then when you're done with it, it's like the greatest thing ever. There's no in between. Okay. Try that again. There still is contact. What? Okay. Alright, fine. Let me grab a 512 real quick. Doesn't have any screws in it. Oh, that's a scary noise. I don't like that. This rust bucket. Alright, here's one of my 512 boards here. This is the one that I fixed in episode 2, and also the one that I put the Mac Plus ROMs back into. And all these old classic Macs all use the same connector here, so should have the same pin out. So what we're looking for is the 4th pin from the gap and the 5th pin. We're gonna check and see if these have continuity. And if they do, then we're fine. Okay, I guess we're chilling then. It's kind of freaky, but okay. Had an SC30 that I got punked on. I sent it to a good friend for help, and it was just one of the signal pins on the main connector had broken. That was it. Yeah, it seems to be a really common problem with these old classic Macs, is just the solder wearing out over time, and because that was what was wrong with this one, is that it needed new solder on the pin. That's one of the issues of this one. So I wouldn't be surprised if let's see. Okay, so I've got those 3 other 512Ks. Let me see if I can remember what's wrong with all of them. One of them just needs the drive lubricated. I'm sure it'll work fine if the drive's lubed. One of them is doing this weird thing where the screen kind of like shrinks every time that there's disk activity, and also it's constantly trying to eject a disk that doesn't exist. But other than that, it does get to the boot screen, which is nice. And then I have one that's just like completely dead. It just makes this scary ass noise when you turn it on. I'm pretty sure it's a dead flyback transformer, and that's a bit of an issue because it's currently 2025, so it's pretty damn hard to find flyback transformers for classic Macs. So I haven't actually tested the computer board in it to see if it works or not, but I'm I mean, honestly, I think I might just use that Mac for parts because, like I said, finding a flyback transformer, not gonna be fun. Legend, I see you. What's up? Nice to see you again, as always. Well, I guess if they are supposed to be shorted, then we shouldn't have to worry too much. It'll probably just work. Just know that if it catches on fire when I turn it on, I might cry. But everything seems to be as it should. I'm just going to make sure that we've got all of the loose alcohol cleaned up on this. Let me go ahead and get out the duster. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, the scary noise sounds like it was flying back. Ugh. Confirms my worst fears. I can see that the pins kind of look a little, like, wavy-ish. Let me compare really quick. Yeah, see, these ones are, like, straight. And these ones are kind of offset. That might be, honestly, that might just be a result of the soldering we just did, but it's okay. We'll give them just a very gentle little bend, and the connector will handle the rest. I'm sure that there's room for some flex in there. Could probably go ahead and get rid of this resistor here. This is the resistor that needs to be connected if you're using 256K RAM modules, but we're not. The previous owner upgraded this to 1 megabyte modules, which means that we have 4 megs of RAM in total. So you have to cut that resistor there. Which is why it says 256K bit. I'm not honestly sure what the reason behind that is. I'm sure it's just the way that computers were back then. Again, a little before my time, but that's part of the fun of this channel is that I was never around to use these machines. These computers are just about twice as old as I am. So that's what makes them fun is trying to live through that experience while not actually having been alive during that time. Because the sad truth is that, you know, people are going to get older. That's just how life works. And eventually there's going to come a time where nobody who's actually lived through the era of the Macintosh will be around to actually tell its story. So despite the fact that I never lived through the Macintosh era, I still think it's important for young people to learn about the Macintosh and its contemporaries, because it is a very important piece of computer history, of course. It's the first mass-produced successful GUI computer. So, I might just be a bit biased. Okay, so hopefully that worked. Hopefully I didn't just, like, destroy it. And if we're lucky, this will just work, and then put it in there, and everything will just come up as it should. If not, though, we're probably going to have to reflow the analog connector, which is going to be really fun to do, I say with heavy sarcasm. Yes, plug everything back in. I'm going to actually leave the floppy drive disconnected, just in case, on the off chance that I did screw something up. At least I'll have a working 800K drive to put in another computer, because I only have just the one. All my other computers have 400K drives. So, and let's go and plug it in here. Oh my! I'm like literally like 1 inch too long or too short. Literally like 1 inch too short. Okay, well nothing immediately blew up when I plugged it in. So, fingers crossed. Let's turn it on. Nothing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Is it gonna work consistently, or are we gonna have... Yeah, no picture. Well, I was noticing, I don't know if anybody picked up on this in the video, but, I was able to get the I saw that on the screen. Oh, hey, this is also, like, this got knocked over. My bad. You don't need to see this anymore, though. You just need this. But I don't know if anyone picked up on this in the video, but I was able to jiggle the connector on the motherboard side to cause the screen to flicker like that. So that makes me want to believe that it is on the motherboard side. But if it's still not working, then let's see. Let me just move it a bit here and see. Nothing. Well, I know that it's this white cable on the end that's supposed to be supplying our video signal. So let me just try to push it in a bit more. It's not working still. But you see that it does like yes, I have been fiddling with the brightness knob here. Let me turn the camera down just a bit. I have been kind of fiddling with it here. But it is supposedly turned up all the way. If I turn it the other way, nothing happens. Good catch, though, of course. But it seems like it's worse now, if anything. But it seems like whatever is going to the video boards is working, because when I turn it off, the screen flashes like that. So the reset button. I wonder if maybe, because I might have I tuned one of these by accident earlier. It could just be that I accidentally tuned my brightness cutoff earlier, and that screwed everything. Oh, yep, there we go. I am just, in fact, a massive idiot. There it is. And look at that. It's working. Although, that's supposed to be flashing, isn't it? Oh well. Let me go grab a system disk real quick. Oops. I trip over that wire every time. It never gets any easier. Let's see. In which of my like 15,000 diskette holders do I keep that system disk? Let me see. Oof, oh dear. I think it's back on my shelf. Uh-oh. Okay, oh, you know what? Maybe the reason why it's not flashing is because, lo and behold, the floppy drive is not plugged in. So let me go ahead and plug it back in. And we'll see what happens. Now it's flashing. Okay. That kind of worried me for a second. I was like, I'm going to use my little Hako tool here to pull out the disk that's on this Mac that I keep back here on my set. This is a 400K disk here, so this will work on all Macs. Seems like it works. Okay, well now I want to see if it'll read 800K disk. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Damn, I was expecting to have to get after it on the analog board. Oh yeah, this drive definitely needs to be lubricated. We can do that. We can do that. Although I'm not sure if we should do it tonight because I haven't looked up how to do it in like a few months. But if y'all want to watch me side by side a JDW video while I do this, I'm totally down. Let me see if I can. Oh, this is gonna be a nice reach. Okay, well, using an eject tool is not going to work, so we're just going to have to plug in our mouse. For anyone who's curious, I did do a voltage test on this before I went live, and I'm reading 12.4 volts on the 12-volt rail and 5.2 on the 5-volt rail. So everything seems to be within spec at the moment, so I don't think we need to do any voltage adjustment. I would like to do a focus adjustment because I've never done it before, and it seems like it'd be nice to do. But let's see if we can eject the disk. I'm just going to push and hold the mouse button. Hopefully it'll eject that. Ugh, that definitely needs to be lubricated. Ugh. Made it to a stream. Woo! Hell yeah. Okay, this one is an 800K disk with system 6.0.5, I think. Let's see if it'll boot from this. Awesome. You can't actually see this. Let me turn this down. Oh. Hello? Excuse me? That's weird. I've definitely booted this computer from this diskette before. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it does need to be lubricated. Maybe that's as a result of that. But I'm going to put the disk back in and do a cold boot and see what happens. So, happy Mac? And then it just spits it out. That's so weird. Let me try another disk. I do have more, but they're all System 6 disks. And more than that, actually, they're all from the same, like, set. But we're gonna try Macintosh. Get this man a floppy emu. Where is it? Hold on. No worries. That takes the fun out of it, though. That takes the fun out of it. We gotta make sure that the drive works. Okay, that sounds a bit more promising. There we go. That's weird. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna choose to ignore that. I'm gonna choose to ignore that and be blissful in my ignorance. You hear that? Beautiful. What a beautiful sound. Damn, this thing is slow. We got our working mouse here. Look at that. Works fine. Okay. So, two things I want to do before I end the stream. One is we're gonna have to. I want to tune the screen's like settings. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do width and height today because I need to get a non-conductive like measuring tool to do that properly. And I think it looks fine as is in that regard. I just want to make sure that the brightness cutoff and focus are set correctly. And again, I don't think we need to adjust voltage because I tested it earlier and it looks like it's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and run back to our little guide here. And we'll see what it says about adjusting focus. So to adjust focus, it says adjust focus with the brightness set low. Tweak the focus control until the raster dots are the smallest. Whatever that means, but we'll figure it out. But also it has an adjustment here for brightness cutoff. I think we should probably do that first. So, if set improperly, max and brightness can be high enough to cook the screen, and the minimum brightness may be too high to render black correctly. So it says crank up the ordinary brightness control to the maximum value, and then adjust the cutoff control until the borders around the standard display glow, then back off until they go black. It just says you'll see what I mean. I'll take your word for it. Wait till it finishes doing its boot process. There we go. I see the glowing borders. And there we go. There's our brightness cutoff. And look at that. Now we've got our nice adjustment. Let me go ahead and go back to my stream preview. That boy Hayden's here. What's up, Hayden? We just reflowed the main connector for the video basically on this. So now we get a picture on the screen consistently. And basically at this point we're just going to do some minor tweaks just so that everything works good. So next up is two things as we're doing the screen adjustment. We just adjusted the brightness cutoff. We're going to do the focus next. This will only take about 30 seconds or so. And then after that we're going to take it apart some more and try to lubricate the drive a bit. And basically you guys are going to watch me watch someone else's video live on stream. The best kind of entertainment that we could ever hope to get. Anyways. We're going to go back and do our focus adjustment. It says adjust with the brightness set low. I don't know how low they want it. I'm going to go this low. And then it says adjust until the raster dots are the smallest. Not really sure what he means by that. Because I'm barely seeing a difference between these. Also, my tool for doing this is not the greatest. I have this weird, like... It's not a Phillips head. This is a Phillips head bit, but it's like a plus-shaped thing. I'm not sure what it is. It's whatever this one is on the iFixit kit. Please sponsor me, iFixit. Please sponsor me. Yeah, looks fine that way. So I think we're good in that regard. And then we could do height adjustment, but like I said, see, it tells that you need a 4.75 inch by 7.11 inch measuring tool. You can get these at a place like Radio Shack. That's funny. No, you can't. Where a suitable one is sold as a tuning and aligner tool, or was. You could use a cheap chopstick. I don't have cheap chopsticks. I enjoy eating food, so I'm not gonna cut up my chopsticks. We'll do this another time at some point. Maybe I'll stream it. Maybe I won't. Who knows? But the Dexcon. How many subs for an OnlyFans? 250,000. Take it or leave it. Thank you for the reminder to check my blood sugar. Okay, so next we have to work on the floppy drive. We could do a recap on it. Let me move this back here so you can see a bit better. I could do a capacitor replacement on it, but obviously I don't have any capacitors for it right now. So, but it seems like it's working decent enough. So, whatever. But I imagine the drive is going to be quite dirty. The overall condition of the case, as you can see here, is quite good. I was quite surprised when I opened it up. I really can't see like just about any rust on this computer. It looks excellent. Because let me show you really quick. See, this is that 512 that I yanked the board from earlier, and look at how rusty this thing is. They're all like this. This one is probably one of the better ones. There was one, you'll see it in episode 1 of the repair series, that was just like terrible. And that was the one that does make the awful whining noise. So I guess it's no coincidence. Anyways, I haven't actually pulled the floppy drive out of one of these 800K models. I've only done it on the 400K ones, but I assume the process is the same. We should have everything we need, though, as long as we don't put too much... Oh, wait, I do need to disconnect this. That is correct. Silly me. Oh, we need to disconnect this as well. Silly me. It's going to be a long night, isn't it? Set that aside. Okay, I need to rant about this to somebody, because this gets a good laugh out of me, but it's incredibly annoying. So I have this this Amazon whatever like a computer duster, right? It's pretty simple. It's just a battery and a fan, and it just blows air really fast. Pretty simple concept. What really annoys me about it is the charging circuit. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. So it charges with USB-C. Excellent. We love to see it. The problem is, and I've never seen any other electronic device do this before. If you were to plug it in overnight, when you come back to it tomorrow morning, the battery's dead. Because there's like a little LED that flashes in it. And if you leave it plugged in, then when it finishes charging, the battery stops charging and the LED continues to glow green, but the charger doesn't power the LED, the battery powers it, and then the charger doesn't like restart itself to keep the battery topped up. So as a result, if you leave it plugged in for too long, it kills the battery on it. And it's just the worst piece of product design I've ever seen in my life. So I just needed to rant about that to somebody. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and pull out the drive. If you've never taken the floppy drive out of one of these Macs, it's pretty simple. There's a total of 8 screws. There's gonna be 4 on the bottom here, which are underneath the logic board. So, boom, bam, bam, bop. And then once you have those taken out, there's 4 on the inside of this cage to actually release the drive mechanism from its little holder. My laptop's fans are going crazy right now. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but they're going insane. Which I'm not used to hearing because I have an ARM-based laptop. So usually my laptop is like silent. But video streaming takes a lot of resources, believe it or not. Who would have ever guessed? My hair is such a mess. I'm so sorry. I was gonna rewash it before I started the stream, but we already got such a late start that I was like, oh well. Please. There. Okay. And then this literally just lifts out of there like that. God, I'm so happy we didn't have to pull the analog board. I hate pulling the analog board. It's so scary. It's so scary. Right, so now I have our drive mechanism here. Look at that nice little spinny thing there. This is definitely an 800K drive. It says 8088 on the bottom, on the little spinner. Look at that. Do you think there's an Intel processor on it? I doubt it. Anyways, regardless of that, there's another 4 Phillips head screws. We can just crack them out really quick. Maybe. Okay, that one's not coming out just yet, so we're going to move on to another one, and then we'll come back to abuse it later. Please! This isn't working. Okay. We're going to have to, like, hammer it in or something. I don't have any, like, bigger ones. Maybe a smaller one might help. I doubt it, though. Oh wow, no it doesn't. Okay. Rare iFixit L. I'm kidding. Please sponsor me, iFixit. Okay, if I keep doing that, it's gonna strip. I'm gonna go to this one. So here's a little trick. I'm sure everyone here knows this by now, but if not, if you're having trouble with getting your screws to like your screwdriver to go in, you just kind of have to like hammer it in there. I'm going to use another screwdriver to do this, in bitter irony. You just kind of do that, and then, yeah. This thing is stuck. Damn, didn't the other one have like flathead screws on it? I don't know. I can't see from here. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I'm not sure if this screwdriver. I don't know if this has quite the grip that we're going to need to do this. So I'm going to go run downstairs really quick, and I'm going to go grab an even bigger screwdriver. Because when push comes to shove, I don't know, grab a bigger screwdriver or something of the sort. I hope this works. I probably should have grabbed like some WD-40 or something while I was downstairs. Oh well. How does this compare? Oh, yeah. That's way bigger. That's what she said. Oh! There we go. I'm so funny. I do amuse myself. World's crispiest screws. Got one more, and then the mechanism should just come out. There we go. My poor laptop. And there we are. There's the drive mechanism. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to set this aside, and let me go ahead and switch cameras here really quick. Bigger is better? Yeah, damn right it is. Let's see, which one should I go with? Let's go with we'll go with the screen share here, and, go to YouTube. JDW 800K floppy drive lube. He'll know what to do.
Hello, my friends. Today we're...
This guy's a legend, by the way, just in case you don't know it. So he's got a whole chapter here on capacitor replacement. We're gonna skip that for today. Okay. Cleaning and lube. This is what we're focused on. Gearbox disassembly. Oh. Hey, look, guys. Who's this? Nice. Anyways. What's he got to say then?
Well, it's now 1 week later. Because of the disk ejection problems, I decided to tear down the drive and to clean off all the metal parts. Because I had silicone grease, I cleaned it all off, and I used my 100% ISO alcohol. Now, this is available in Japan, but I purchased it through Amazon, but you folks in the US, you can probably get up to about 99%. 99% is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, he's correct.
Instead of 70% rubbing alcohol, because that has water in it, this is pure alcohol. This has more kick to it. It doesn't leave a film. It's all around good stuff. It dries fast too. So after cleaning off all the grease, and again the grease I used was plain silicone grease. It did not have PTFE. It did not have Teflon in it. It's just a plain white silicone grease. I used too much. Okay.
Is that who I think it is in the video? You mean JDW? Yeah. Like I said, he's the GOAT. I've watched this video maybe like 4 times now.
Relubricate with something else and not this, and I'll explain that later. But basically, I cleaned it all off. with the alcohol, let it dry, and then I applied Clear A 5-56, which is in the United States.
Okay, I just need to know what parts I need to put it on.
So if you're in a situation. Now, before I clean
Also, let me go ahead and like grab my parts here really quick. This video is about a week long. Let's see. Oh, dude, I don't even remember where I put them. I'm gonna be so honest with you guys. My studio is like, everything is organized into like 3 different spaces, and I have to figure out every time which one I keep the like floppy drive lubricating stuff in, because I can never find it. It's never like where it's supposed to be. It must be in this tub here. Imagine I used it all and I just didn't know until now. It's not in here either. Okay. Give me a second. I'll find it. I must be like blind or stupid or some combination of the two. Okay, here we go. I need this. And then somewhere else, there's like an even smaller one of those. I don't know where, but it should be somewhere. I really need to organize this. Here it is. We got synthetic grease and synthetic oil. Both of these were recommended by JDW himself. Not in this video, but in the video where he talks about how to lubricate a 400K drive. I don't remember which video came out first. I think it was this video, so he was like, actually, I'm going to use this. But I'm assuming, I'm just taking a look at the drive here. Let me go ahead and switch back over to overhead only here really quick. I think just by looking, before I dive into this video really quick, I'm thinking that the parts we're going to need to lubricate are these little sliders right here, this thing right here, maybe underneath here some, this, that, let's see. Well, okay, first of all, let's go ahead and put us a disk in here and see how this system operates. It's very, very slow to fall. So I'm thinking here, this part right here definitely is going to need some. This is part of the eject mechanism here. So this is going to need some. That little plate thing. Okay, but I saw something when I was surfing through the chapters here about the ejection like gearbox, and I see that there's some gears in here. The eject mechanism on these 800K drives are a bit more complicated than they are on the 400K drives that you have in the 128K and the 512. So let's see what he says.
Now, before I clean off the Cure 5-56, I just want to show you that how smooth the operation is. It is very smooth. Even from the left side, I can do it now. Previously, I wasn't able to move it from the left side, but now I am. And it's very fluid. In fact, I can hardly feel any grittiness to it at all. Whereas before, it was a bit gritty. Sure.
I believe that his has... Yeah. He's got this plate underneath here. I guess I'm supposed to disassemble my drive to get to that point. I don't really want to do that right now. But how did he get there? What? Am I tripping right now? Because it just kind of showed up.
Here we have a closer look.
Okay, yeah, see, this is what I'm looking for. See, the problem is I wasn't planning on doing this whenever I started this live stream. I was expecting like an hour to reflow all that solder, but that ended up being a little bit quicker than I was expecting. Okay, we're not going to be doing this today. Okay, so this plastic thingy-mabob needs to come out. Okay, run it back a little,
Actually, if I solder, it might be best in this case to use a desolder mask. And
I'm usually a fan of white lithium grease and silicone oil for lubricating stuff. That's a good way of doing things. I've had lots of success with this stuff. I think it basically is just silicone grease. Yeah, dielectric, synthetic, basically the same thing. Depending on who you ask. I'm not a professional when it comes to this stuff. You have a floppy emulator, right? Sure do. Love it. I do plan on getting either getting or building a Blue SCSI at some point. Now that I have a Macintosh Plus that I can use a Blue SCSI with.
We'll be back up to you to the side. Now the trick to getting this top piece back on is you have to remember there's this hook over here, and that hook.
Okay, well I looked away for like 2 seconds. What just happened?
And I will be back up.
Guys, we're not getting this done. Okay, he's talking about putting this back on. I'm talking about taking it off. So, I must have skipped too far ahead. Okay, this is what we're looking for, is this portion right here. Jeez.
So, I would suggest a metal tool for this.
So, pull the spring out. Which spring is that? That's over by the model label. So that would be, yeah, this spring right here. Pull that out with some tweezers. Okay, let me grab my tweezers then. Both goes slow and fast at the same time. Yeah, I agree with you. He's a great content creator, but sometimes I get a little bit lost watching his videos. But you know what? He knows a whole lot more about this than I do. So he gets to pace his videos however he wants to. Okay. I guess I don't need to worry about it. Adrian's Digital Basement has a better estimation. Oh, I love Adrian. I'll have to check it out. Let's go. Yeah, let's go ahead and just search for it. I'm subscribed to him, so I can just go look. Yeah, there he is. Oh, this is his second channel. Go to the main channel. I just subbed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're the best. 800. Atari 800. I need to get my 800 XL fixed. I don't know what's wrong with it. Here we go. Look at this. This video is a third of the length. This video is sponsored by Kroger. No, it's not.
Today's video, I'm going to show you how I service these Apple disk drives. They're made by Sony. They're found in the Mac Plus all the way through the very later color maps. They're also used externally on the Apple II line, like the Apple II GS. So let's get right to it.
My boy Adrian Black. What a goat. What a goat, honestly.
The drive on the right is the one we're going to be servicing today. A friend of mine gave this drive to me, and it's in unknown condition. I'm actually not even sure if it works, but I know it's...
Even though I'm old and bald, I'm going to need some hair tips. I'm glad you asked. I'm actually trying to work on my hair routine a little bit right now. Here's my hair routine for anyone curious, is when you have curly hair like this, you're only supposed to shampoo it like once a week or once a month or so. So I do once a week on the shampoo, and then I use, what is it, Garnier something or other as conditioner. And then I use that, comb it through, and then I get out and I use like a mousse. It's, what's it called? It's called Not Your Mama's Curl Talk. I use it, brush it through, and then the real trick is that you have to like hold your head upside down and brush it out. And like it's really hard to get it like, and then you have to do that again while drying it. When I was your age, my hair looked like yours. Well, I'm glad that my hair reminds you of your younger self. I'm very happy about that. I was picking up Subway earlier, and somebody complimented me on my hair. Sometimes I get like 5 compliments in a day, and then sometimes I just like get none, which is fine, of course. Right, what's Adrian got to say to us? Ooh, not that button. I want this button.
It might be in a case like this that just sort of...
Okay, we're past this part.
When I took it off to replace the gear inside the head strip, there's a little clip that holds it on, and we'll show that to you in a second. It snapped off, and I have to use JB Weld to kind of glue it all back together so it works. So all of these drives are really old at this point, and they have various lubrication points that have all probably gotten gummed up and hard over time. And I recommend that at this point, if you haven't already taken apart this drive and cleaned it, you should do that now. Now, one way to know that the drive really needs cleaning is when you put the disc inside and it goes in with a really horrible, slow sound to it. Listen.
Yeah, that's
that
us.
was not right. And now, if I take this disc and I put it in this other drive here, the one that I cleaned, watch how it should sound. See that nice solid clunk sound? That is the correct operational sound for these drives. Listen again.
Teleport this guy a blue scuzzy. Please do. Let me drop a video rec on y'all real quick. If y'all haven't seen it yet, there's this guy on YouTube named, I think it's Hunter Irving, something of the sort, and it's he used a blue scuzzy, particularly the internet connectivity feature of it, to run like Wikipedia and ChatGPT and stuff like it on a Macintosh Plus. And I thought that was super cool. That was really cool to watch. So I definitely want to do something like that the moment I get my hands on a blue scuzzy. I'm hoping that it was nowhere near as expensive as this thing was, though. I'm pretty sure they're much cheaper. They're like Raspberry Pi Pico based or something. Oh, my hair looks awful. Ugh. I didn't get the chance to do it this morning before class, so my hair is kind of frizzy and messed up right now, so I do apologize. Alright, what else do we got?
It needs to be lubricated. Putting the same disc in here again. I mean, it's barely going down there. I have to give it a little help. There's no way that this drive would work in this state right now. All right, let's put this drive aside for a second. And let's
$47? That's not bad.
These disk drives. First off, I use a little tub like this. It's basically so I can put the disk drive in it as I take it apart and clean the parts. For cleaning, I typically use Windex, which is just sort of a soapy, ammonia-based cleaner, and some 99% isopropyl alcohol. Disassembling the disk drive is pretty easy, but once you start taking it apart, there are these little plastic clips which you need to take off. And I personally use this little plastic kind of pry tool as a way to get those off. Now what I did is I took a file and I notched the bottom of this there, and that allows me to kind of get under them and pop them off. For nice cleaning with these two bottles of liquid here, of course I just use an old toothbrush. For reapplication of lubricant, I use the Q-tip, and then for all the metal-on-metal contact points, I use white lithium grease. You can find this pretty easily at any hardware store, and it works great, lasts a long time. Now one thing to keep in mind, I personally don't recommend using this on any plastic parts, so only use this on the metal-on-metal contact areas. And then finally, I use a little bit of silicone. This is a liquid type, you see it inside there, and I bought these off of Amazon. These are little squeezy bottles. They have a little metal nozzle, and then essentially you can very accurately put a drop of this where you need to. But silicone and white lithium grease, these are the two lubricants I use for the disk drive. Alright, so we want to start taking this apart. First off, we need to remove this top metal part. Now if we take a floppy disk and you put it in, you'll notice that as you push it in, this little lever moves to the side there, and right here this catches on the front of the disk. It starts moving to the side. And this allows the top mechanism to slide down into the lower engaged position, which on this drive is really not working well. But right now, there we go, now it's in the lower position, you see? It kind of does this. So what we need to do is we need to get the mechanism into the lower position, but without the floppy disk in there. The way you do that is by moving this little arm here, and this is what catches on the disk. So if you watch here, when I move this to the side, okay, and it's so slow, but there we go, I slid this. This is the eject bar here.
Mine's not too slow, so that's good.
Position. There's no disk in there. The disk is removed, but it's down as if it had the disk in there. So the first thing we need to do is disconnect these springs here. Now you can use needle nose, although
okay, we got the one that's over here already.
Fingers, you just unhook them. There's a little metal hook there on the bottom.
I guess I gotta do the other one.
It's released, and there's one on each side.
Let's go ahead and do this other one here.
There and there. Over here is the read-write head, and you see this little plastic piece? But we have to slide this plastic piece off. It's hard to do this with the camera view, but you just sort of lift this little tab here, and just slide it over. So there it is.
Okay, run that back, Adrian. What's up?
Sort of lift this little tab here. You just
okay, so we lift this tab here and not break it. Nice.
Slide it over. So there it is, it just came off. That's what raises up the head right there on this little bar as this drive mechanism comes up when you eject, because it needs to take the head off the disc so it doesn't get caught. Now with the screws released and that mechanism off, we can take this top piece off. And it rides in the track here and on the back side. You have to kind of move the eject mechanism a little bit, and that's this manual arm right here. Just to the right position. It's kind of a little fiddly, so just fiddle with it. It was catching on the head a little bit there, so watch out that it doesn't catch too much. But there we go, that's off. So I'm going to put this inside the tub here.
Okay.
I'm just going to soak this in some. So
he's saying I'm going to need to move the eject mechanism a bit. But, I don't know. I must not have done something correct. You think you're still raised up? Oh, is that what the issue is? I'm supposed to put a disc in it? Okay. You are correct about that.
Right there on this little bar as this drive mechanism comes up when you eject, because it needs to do this with it.
So wait, did he put a disc in it first, and I'm just gonna shove a disc in it. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, well, obviously that's not gonna work. Run it back, run it back. Move the same pieces. Let's see. Okay, this piece is moving. Hang on, let me switch back to OBS so I can see what I'm doing, because I can't see what I'm doing. This piece moves, and then this piece moves, and then move this out of the way, and then this slides up. So, what is it? This piece, right, is the first? Yeah, that one, and then that one, and then... Oof, yeah, that's really stuck there. That or I'm not doing this correctly, which, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, let me take another look at this. So, we move this piece, that's number one. And then, careful with this piece, and then this one moves like that, and then it drops down. Okay. Seems straightforward enough. But in practice, it's not doing the thing. Is it because I already unhooked the springs? Is that what the issue is? Is it because I already did that? Or... I definitely should have researched this. If I had known this is what I would have been doing this stream, I definitely would have taken some more time to research this to not make a fool of myself. But it's okay. That's part of the fun, honestly, is watching me struggle and fail. So that piece, and then I'm seeing this piece back here. Springs don't matter. Okay, good to know. I thought I was going insane. So like this, that, and then I saw something moving like back here-ish. Save me, Adrian.
Things that have all probably gotten gummed up and hard over time, and I recommend that at this point, if you haven't already taken apart this drive and cleaned it, you should do that now. Now, one way to know that the drive really needs cleaning is when you put the disk inside and it goes in with a really horrible, slow sound to it. Listen. See, that was not right. And now, if I take this disk and I put it in this other drive here, or the one that I cleaned, watch how it should sound.
Show me the method.
Nice, solid clunk sound. That is the correct operational sound for these drives. Listen again. So if your drive's not doing that when you put it in, doesn't make a nice solid clunk, it definitely needs to be lubricated. Putting the same disk in here again. I mean, it's barely going down there. I have to give it a little help. There's no way that this drive would work in this state right now. All right, let's put this drive aside for a second, and let's look at what I use to service these disk drives. First off, I use a little...
Okay, we've seen this part.
So I personally don't recommend using this on any plastic parts, so only use this.
Okay.
Start taking this apart. First off, we need to remove this top metal part. Now, if we take a floppy disk and you put it in, you'll notice that as you push it in, this little lever moves to the side there, and right here, this catches on the front of the disk and starts moving to the side. And this allows the top mechanism to slide down into the lower engaged position, which on this drive is really not working well. But right now, there we go. Now it's in the lower position. You see, it kind of does this. So what we need to do is we need to get the mechanism into the lower position, but without the floppy disk in there. The way you do that is by moving this little arm here, and this is what catches on the disk. So if you watch here, when I move this to the side, okay, and it's so slow, but there we go.
Huh? Okay. Oh, I'm just not doing it far enough. Okay. Okay. Well, that was embarrassing. Anyways, where were we? That's embarrassing.
Now the screw is released, and there's one on each side.
Okay.
Over here is the read-write head, and you see this.
Okay, so this is where we were.
Just slide it over. So there it is. It just came off. That's what raises up the head right there on this little bar as this drive mechanism comes up when you eject, because it needs to take the head off the disc so it doesn't get caught. Now with the screws released and that mechanism off, we can take this top piece off, and it rides in the track here.
Okay, so we should be able to just take it out now, I think, right? Yes. Perfect. Just... Yes, there we are. Okay. Whew. Okay, so I assume that the parts we need to lubricate and clean is this right here. This little... Ugh, yeah, that sounds crispy. I went to go get Oreos. Did you get it down? Yeah, you just missed it. I'm a massive idiot. I just wasn't moving the little, like, arm latch thing. Where, yeah, this part. I just wasn't moving this to the right far enough. So... Because I felt it kind of stop a little bit, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop here so I don't break it. I do hope you enjoy your Oreos, though. I recently, at my office where I work, they got the, like, they look just like the regular golden Oreos, but they're like lemon Oreos. I swear they put crack in them. They're awesome.
Backside, you have to kind of move the eject mechanism a little bit, and that's this manual arm right here. Just to the right position. It's kind of a little bit off. So I'm going to put this inside the tub here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to soak this in some IPA, first of all, to really start to break down the grease. And I take the...
Okay, well, I don't really have a tub right now, so we're just going to have to raw dog it on the table. Let me go ahead and grab... let me make some... We got a lot going on here, so let me go ahead and make some space here. I'm going to put another rag down. Lemon Oreos grows unsubscribed. No. Trust, don't knock it till you try it. They're really good. I might be biased because I just like everything lemon, but they're really good. If you like the golden Oreos, that is, they're really good. If you're not a fan of the golden Oreos, then you probably wouldn't be amused by them. To each his own. Okay, I need to refill this. Is pickled jelly beans? Okay, now that does sound disgusting. About to finish off this bottle. Oh! I forgot that happened at some point. Look at this. There's this, I forgot that I dropped one of my, like, Q-tip things in here. It's just in here. Okay, well, at least I can get this out now. Okay. Okay. We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna get back to spraying it. Get the front, get the back. Definitely seems like there's some gunk on that. Oof. Can I use the little... These things are awful, by the way. I bought these off of Amazon because there's like reusable Q-tip, and I was like, oh, I go through Q-tips like, I don't know, I can't think of an analogy right now. I was like, I go through a lot of Q-tips, so it'd be nice to have a reusable one. It seems like it's working pretty okay for this though, so I'll give him credit. Or rather, we'll start with this one, and then we'll use a real Q-tip after this. Those reusable ones are garbage. I agree. These are rubbish. But it seems like it's doing okay. I guess that's why I forgot it was stuck in the alcohol bottles, because I cared so little about losing it. Oh, with the 26 just disappeared. Well, hopefully that wasn't too important. Anyways, let's go use a real cleaning tool now. Use a real Q-tip like a man. Get in there and scrub it or whatever. Oh yeah, damn, still dirt coming off here. Ooh. Maybe I should have got the tub. We don't got time for that. We do have time for that. I just don't really want to get up. I've done it. I've used up my allotment of getting up from my chair for this stream, I think. Except for I haven't, because I just made that up. It's not a real thing. It's turning blue. Got blue grease on it. Okay, whatever. Nice and wet. I don't really think any of this really needs to be cleaned, but that's all right. In a general non-doxing kind of way, what area do you live in? I am in the North Texas area. So like DFW type area, which is why I'm choosing to go to the Southwest VCF this year. It's very funny because I remember finding out that what's his name? I'm trying to remember the 8-bit guy. Yeah, the 8-bit guy lives like a solid like 30, 40, like no more than an hour away from where I'm at. And that's kind of cool. I've never met the guy, but he's apparently going to be at VCF this year. So childhood me is going to be very proud to meet him finally at VCF. I'm a little concerned with what's going to happen at VCF, because this is my first time attending a VCF convention. And it's going to kind of suck, because I want to present, but at the same time, I'm going to want to go around and see. I'm so sorry that you live there. Yeah, it sucks. Texas has a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs. It certainly could be worse, but it could also be a lot better. Oh yeah, that's certainly moving a bit better now, but I just figured out you can move that like that, so I'm definitely going to get all this gunk out of here. Don't let him near you with a paperclip. You mean my emergency floppy disk eject tool. Put some respect on it. Say my name. Okay, what about this? Can we move this? Yeah, we can move this. Okay. DFW, Houston, Galveston. They're pretty nice parts. Yeah, it's pretty nice to. I've never visited DFW because I've been here pretty much all my life. So I can't say what it's like from a tourist perspective, but we seem to have enough stuff to keep tourists entertained, of sorts. But I couldn't, if I didn't live here, I don't know if I'd ever see myself visiting DFW as a tourist spot if I wasn't visiting a friend or something. But there is a lot of stuff to do here. It's a very mixed bag when it comes to living in DFW. Okay, that's certainly moving a lot better. Ill-advised power supply jammer ruiner. We moved this. Did we already get everything out of there? Good enough. I think I'm probably going to need to grab some more Q-tips here in a second because I've dirtied up all the ones that I brought from the bath. I thought 5 was going to be enough to do the desoldering on that motherboard, which it was, but I wasn't planning on lubricating this floppy drive. So, but anyways, I can already tell this is moving a bit better than it was before. So that's good. We're going to set that aside for now, though. And we're going to see what else Adrian has to say here. Oh, I could have just used a toothbrush. That's right. I have my toothbrush head here. Whoops. I mean, like I said, I think it's pretty clean as it is now. But just for the hell of it. DFW is great if you love high school football drama. You see, I've never been a big fan of, like the only sport that I watch sometimes is F1. And that's pretty rarely. I don't really watch a whole lot of sports, but there is a lot of involvement from football teams around here. I've definitely seen it. I know a lot of people who are like obsessed with it. And there's a lot of sports rivalry like that. The high school I went to didn't actually have a football team. We had robotics instead. I should have been a part of that, but I wasn't. But now that I'm a college student, I am a part of my college's robotics team. You get a day to load up. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking was the like load up day was when I'd go say hi to everyone. I thought I needed to be like a bit cooler to get into VSET, but no, you just pay $50 and they give you a table. So I was kind of surprised at that. But they'll let just about anyone do it apparently. Okay, I definitely think we've cleaned this as much as we need by now. As regular 10,000 seat football stadiums for high school football. Yeah, it's true. It's very true. It's ridiculous. All right, Adrian, what's next?
The IPA does a good job, but the Windex really gets a lot of
91 degrees.
You can push down on this part here.
My laptop is struggling.
Smoother than it was. I'm just going to spray this and set it aside. We'll let it soak a little more. We'll get back to the main disk drive. There are more sliding parts, and what still is left is this lower area here, and this is the eject button there. Well, we got to take this off because there's a bunch of grease underneath it, and it's really slow and crusty as well. Now, before I remove this, I'm going to take this eject motor off. Now, it's got a screw here and a screw right there. You need to use a medium Phillips to get these off. Once those are off, the eject mechanism just...
Ooh, scary. Okay. So... I see this one here. Oh, there's a switch here. Interesting. Ugh.
Screw here and a screw right there.
There's a screw... Okay, I see it. That one there and that one there. I see it. Started exhibiting 2022. Got in just by asking nicely because sign-in said close. Oh, yeah. It seems like a very inclusive event, and I'm very happy that I actually have the chance to present at it over the summer. And actually more than that, they're gonna be VCF is gonna be at University of Texas at Dallas, which is where I'm planning on going next semester if everything goes according to plan. So that's super duper cool. So hopefully that'll get me some cred in with the dean or whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna set this aside like this. So I'm kind of scared to pull those wires out. So I'm gonna see what Adrian says.
You need to use a medium Phillips.
Let me consult the Bible real quick.
Once those are off, the eject mechanism just lifts straight out of the drive, and then there's a power connector right there, which you pull off.
Oh wow, he grabs it by the wires. Okay, well, I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do it. Is there somewhere where I can shove in a tweezer and have this pop out? I think so. I've torn wires out of connectors like this many times before, and I'd like to not do it again. Yeah, we all would, wouldn't we? There we go. I think that came off quite nicely. You can go away. Okay. What's next?
Said that you shouldn't blow the dust out of this thing while the eject motor is in. Now, there's a reason for that. So if you flip the motor over, under here, under this metal cover, is a little gear set. And there's the motor right here, this silver thing. And it drives several gears, and that eventually, it's a reduction gear, and it gets to this eject mechanism. Under there is one of those gears that strips all the time. So essentially, when this eject gear starts to spin, the little circuit board here has some metal contacts that ensure that it goes a full 360 degrees and always stops back in this position. There's a little micro switch right here on the drive that when the disk lifts off of it, the drive says, oh, okay, I'm finished ejecting, and it will cut power to this little eject motor. But what happens is with the circuit board is that maintains the connection and it ensures a full 360-degree turn of this gear. Now, if dust or dirt gets inside of here, what happens is this will turn partially and then just stop. So the symptom will be you fixed and cleaned up your drive, and you go to eject it from the computer, and it goes, and it just sort of stops halfway. And worse is if you manually eject it by pushing the eject button. When you go to put the disk back in, because the whole mechanism is partially ejected, it will not register a disk getting put in it at all. Okay, so on this drive, there are these 4 little plastic rings here, and that's what holds this lower plate on. We gotta get those off. They're very difficult to take off, and again, that's why I made this little tool. And even with this tool, it's still a bit of a pain, but I kind of get it under one of them.
I recommend Tinker Different. They have a Discord. Ooh, I'll definitely have to join that later tonight. I'm always looking for some nice Discords to talk about this stuff in, because I bother my college community enough with this stuff, I think. So it'd be nice to actually talk about this. And also, you know, not to be that guy or anything, but that would be some nice advertising and publicity for the channel. Because I am trying to grow this channel as much as possible. Not in, like, an annoying way. I'm not trying to be, like, the next Mr. Beast or anything. I that's not my intent with this channel. But, because the problem is, I realize this is an incredibly niche hobby. And I want to try to make sure that I can get these videos out to people who do care about this hobby. So, I gotta go out. Mac84 is here. Hello, Mac84.
I put my finger on it because these have a tendency to really go flying. There we go. We got one off.
He's popping those out. Okay. Well, I don't have my pry tool on me right now. I don't feel like getting it. So, like, what if I just kind of... Can we do that? I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to just kind of dig underneath here. Hello, Mr. Beast Jr. I'm kind of tempted to just, like, dig in under here and pop it out. But I really don't want to gouge out the, like, I don't want to scratch the metal here. So... But, you know what? Desperate times call for desperate measures or something of the sort. Guys, how necessary is this? I'm scared, guys. Can we just, like... Okay, yeah, maybe I should go get one of those pry tools. Why is everyone shocked that I said old Macs are niche? I thought they were. That's the impression I've certainly gotten thus far. Or at least with people in my age group, that is. I can't attest to people who are a little bit older, because of course some of y'all actually lived through this era. I didn't. So, but that's kind of what I'm hoping to accomplish with this channel, is to bring the idea of old Macintoshes back to people who are my age and have never used one before. I've definitely brought some of these Macs here to my college campuses, and people love getting to see them. So they're definitely, it's maybe not as niche as I think it is, but content creation for it certainly is an interesting topic. And I mean, like the YouTube analytics don't lie. Like I made a video that I made like one night when I was out of town. And I was at my friend's apartment where I modded a 3DS with my iPhone just because I was bored. And that video turned out like shit. That video turned out terrible because I normally film all my videos with my phone, which is what I'm using as the overhead camera. And that I was using my phone in the video, so I had to borrow their camera. And that combined with the lack of tripod and such made the video quality not turn out as well as I was hoping. I do still plan on redoing that video at some time, because old Macintoshes aren't the only thing that I'm interested in. But that video is still my most popular video. We're sitting at 2,000 views on that video, which baffles me, because that video sucks. That video is awful, and so many people are watching it, and I don't understand why. But the idea for me is that, like, this channel is successful once I can make a Macintosh video that surpasses that 3DS video. Speak up. Us old farts have issue here. Here, let me move the mic a bit closer. I did move it a little bit further away earlier, but do let me know if the audio is a bit dim. I turned it up like 20 decibels in post, but if that's still not enough, I can turn it up some more. It does, like, here, let me open up OBS here. Like, it does, like, sometimes it does kind of peak whenever I, like that right there. See, it does kind of peak when I talk. So I don't know if I can actually turn it up much more than that. But, that's the curse of AV production, I guess. It's kind of hard for me to monitor the audio level, of course, because I don't have any sort of, like, audio monitoring equipment in right now. I'm just kind of, like, I have chat open. I can see the live. I have my live stream open over here on my iPad, over on the other screen, so I can see what is actually being broadcast out. But don't make a video about making vaporwave on a Macintosh. Plus, people apparently don't like that. Aw, damn. Because I was gonna I was actually gonna like demo the Mac Plus a bit once I got it fixed at the end of the video I just did, and I was gonna play that one song. You guys already know which one I'm talking about, I'm sure. I was gonna play that one song and be like, of course, it's required listening. I have to do this, but I would have thought that more people liked it because of the name. But you learn something new every day. Okay, so I assume. Hang on, let me just verify with Adrian, but I assume we just need to be scrubbing all this out.
Alright, all four are off, and since the eject motor is off, this just lifts straight off the drive.
Oh, for real? Oh, okay. Well.
Now we can really see some serious crusty action going on underneath here. So these are the lubricant points there, and there, and also here, and here, and here, there, and there. And it's really crusty. I'm going to hit it with some IPA. We're going to start scrubbing.
Okay, so yeah, we're basically just doing that again. Okay. Oh, you can play because you made a video about it. Okay, I'll have to watch it because I did have, when I was growing up, when I was in like my early teens, I did have like a proper vaporwave phase. A lot of people my age, it turns out, did. So, is there anything left in this bottle? Yeah, that's enough. That'll work. But I'm very happy that that like I can actually make videos about the classic Macintosh, because growing up, the classic Macintosh was always probably my favorite computer. I've always wanted to own a Macintosh 128K. I still don't have one. I can basically have the same thing with the 512K. It's essentially the same thing. I'm sure that childhood me would be proud, at least, that I own like 5 of them now. But like, yeah, I remember when I first moved into this house, I spent like an entire summer watching like every old Apple Macintosh ad, like every single one of them. And I was like, I gotta get a classic Mac. And eventually I did get one. My first ever classic Macintosh was, it's over there right now, a Macintosh Classic 2 that I purchased 4 parts of repair off eBay for a whopping $35. You can't find that kind of deal nowadays. And it came up with stripes on the screen when you boot it up. And eventually me and my dad got it fixed. We took it apart and we reseated the ROM chips and the RAM chips, and it just fired right up. It turns out that Macintosh used to belong to a high school in, I believe, California. In fact, somebody's love letter is, to this day, still on the hard drive. Now, unfortunately, when I got my start making this channel, the first ever... Okay, let me do some explaining here. So, I got the idea of starting a YouTube channel like this. I've always wanted to do YouTube. It's always like been my calling is YouTube, dare I say. And when I started doing this channel, I filmed a few videos and none of them went well. Are you into programming? Yes and no. It's... Oh dear, hang on, one of these discs has disappeared. Sorry, just a second. Not particularly. I like, to me, programming is just like something that you have to do to make a computer do the things you want it to do. I've never been great at it. I'm learning C right now, and it's been a nightmare. One of these just went missing. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's in my lap or something, or it'll turn up eventually, I'm sure. But no, I'm not a huge fan of programming. But with that said, I do have a Macintosh programming project that I am working on. I can't reveal too much about it right now because that would kill the suspense. But I do plan on making a video on it as soon as possible. I have a working version of it, and the idea originally was I was gonna make like an hour-long documentary about this project, and then present it at VCF. And but the problem is, I got the idea today. I should break it up into some smaller parts. So that's what I'm gonna do now. And I think I'm at a point now, I think, where I can go ahead and start filming this next video. So now the question is, should I film that video first, or should I film episode 3 first? Reminds me of when I wanted 2000s Apple stuff, and I started doing MacBook flipping. Dude, I remember doing some MacBook flipping. Also, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. I need to add you on Discord. I need to do that. It's just, I've been busy all day. Okay, I think this is clean now, so I'm gonna go and set it aside. But it's good to see you again. Anyways, so as I was saying earlier, when I first started filming for this YouTube channel, the first I need you guys to understand this. It's the first video I uploaded on this channel, the episode 1 of me repairing these Macintoshes, was I think the 4th video that I filmed on this channel. And every video that I had made beforehand had been unsuccessful. So, the first video I think was trying to fix, I'm trying to remember what it was. I have like a Philips Hue Go, I don't know if anyone knows what that is. It's like a battery powered Philips Hue light. And I was gonna replace I was gonna modify it because the way that they designed the port was, oh hey, here it is, was super dumb, and I've ended up frying it, so that didn't go well, so that video got scrapped. And then my Xbox controller got stick drift, so I was gonna fix it with some Hall Effect sticks, and that also went poorly, so that video got scrapped. And then I was gonna do a recap on my Mac Classic 2. And I put a lot more effort into that video. I actually scripted it out beforehand. I had a new camera rig set up. And I did a very good job filming that video, I think. I planned on it for like weeks. And I did everything, and I put one capacitor in backwards, and it screwed the whole thing up. And then when I was taking the fucked up capacitors out, I ended up lifting like 3 of the pads. And now I've lifted like some of the trace wires. So I do still have it. What's it called? My the ultimate benchmark for me is that if I ever repair that Mac Classic 2, then at that point that's when I'm like, okay, I'm good at repairing stuff. But until then, I'm just okay at it. But yeah, I do still have that PC. It is over there. And I hope to get it working again tonight, because that Mac does mean a lot to me. Sorry, let me catch up with chat here. I've been yapping for a bit. I vote for episode 3. The reason I haven't made episode 3 yet is because I'm still trying to figure out how to make it interesting. So far what I have planned is I have some diodes that I need to go put in the one with the little screen squishing issue. And hopefully that'll be good. I have, I think it's in this bin right here. Let me see. I don't know, it's in this bin. Yes. A lot of these Macs are missing their rubber feet, so I got a new set of rubber feet here to put in, so I'm going to replace the rubber feet on some of them. I need to check on the keyboard connector that's on the Macintosh number, what is it? It's number 1, I think. There's 5 of them. I'm going to refer to the working one as number 0. And then the 1 through 4 is the one that I got on the Facebook Marketplace stack. But the one that I repaired in episode 2, it has a keyboard issue now. So I'm going to try to see if I can diagnose that in episode 3. So there's that, the rubber feet, the diodes, and I also want to try to pull the logic board out of the one that is like completely broken. I want to pull the logic board out of that and see if it'll work on a Mac with a working analog board. Okay, I think this piece here is pretty clean. And of course everyone here is saying, don't listen to YouTube analytics, have fun and challenge yourself. Failures are still very entertaining, make content for you, and not the algorithm. Thank you guys so much. I that's kind of what I've been like struggling with the like getting started on this channel is like trying to like it's kind of like, how do I say it without sounding like an ass? It's kind of hard to get motivation sometimes when it's like, this video's only gonna because these videos take a very long time to make, and I'm like, what's the point of making these videos if I'm only gonna get like 200 views? But either way, I'm still gonna do these videos either way because I want to repair these Macs, and I do have a lot of fun repairing these old Macs despite how much I complain sometimes. So I'm gonna do it either way. I'd rather document the process and share it with people. And I'm happy that now I'm actually starting to see a lot of support from all of you beautiful people coming here to watch my streams. It means I really can't stress this enough. You guys mean the world to me. You guys are awesome, and I'm so happy to see that my channel is finally starting to gain some traction. This is only just the beginning, and I'm so happy that you guys are spreading it around. And I do, once the video picks up, once this channel starts to pick up a bit more, I do plan on investing on some more things. I do plan on getting a Sony camera at some point because using my iPhone does work most of the time, but sometimes there's some issues. Like, for example, part of the reason that this last video took so long to come out is just because of that opening shot with me on my phone. I had to wait until my friend, who does have a Sony camera, I had to wait until he came back in town to fix it because I was like, I need my phone to be in the shot, but my phone is the camera. But so next up for me is getting a nice camera. I'm using a Zoom H1 Essential microphone. It's this little thing right here. I'm using this as my microphone right now, and I think it works very excellent. Do you guys see how it does that? That's like a software thing. Good lighting, nice work. Thank you so much. So, about the lighting. So right now my lighting setup is I just have one softbox light right in front of me. I don't want to mess with the camera anymore, as you can see. But I have just the one softbox lighting. And one thing I've learned in film production classes is that you're supposed to have two lights. And I experimented with it a little bit on the outro. I don't know if anyone picked up on this, but in the last shot of my video I just published, there's actually a second light, the aforementioned Hugo light that I have. I had it set up over there, and I think it worked maybe okay, but one of my friends from college told me that the lighting looked a little weird. I'm honestly concerned that's just a color grading thing, because like I've said like a million times up to this point, I've had a lot of issues color grading with my iPhone footage, and I just figured out how to do it properly. So newer videos in the future are going to look much better. Fingers crossed. Most of my videos are shot on an iPhone XR. Older iPhones are absolutely prime for video. Yeah, you're right. I'm honestly amazed with how good iPhone is for this. And that's not just me being an Apple bootlicker because I'm over here repairing old Apple computers. No, it genuinely works so well, and I'm very happy with the phone that I have now. I'm using the 15 Pro, and it works great because this is the first model that has USB-C, and that is a huge advantage for me. So, because right now what I'm actually doing is my setup here is, let me switch to the dual camera here really quick, just so I can enunciate myself a little bit better. I have my iPhone, which is up here on a overhead rig, and then that's plugged into one of the ports here on my Mac, and then the microphone is plugged into my dock, which is plugged into both LAN and power and stuff, and it works perfectly for this. But when I'm filming videos, I just shoot directly on my phone, and I have just an SSD that I plug directly into my iPhone and record straight to that, and then when I'm done, I simply just unplug it from the phone, plug it into my computer or my Mac, and everything just works from there. And it's awesome. Right. So we got a little distracted. Where were we with this PS2 mention? Yes. I do have a PlayStation 2 over here in my set. I get a lot of questions about my set here. There's a PS2 Slim over here. What's your favorite Sega Genesis game? Sonic 2, easily. I bought Sonic 2 on cartridge at a yard sale once, and the label is super faded, but it's by far my favorite Genesis game ever. Chemical Plant Zone, fire. The song is so fire. I learned how to play it on piano recently, for the most part. It's a great game. But here, let me give you guys a little like mini setup tour here. So over here is my PowerBook 520. This one works, but it does need a 3D printed part for the hinge. I recently just put a new display in it. I just need to 3D print some parts for the hinge and stuff, and then it should be good to go. PS2 Slim. This TV I got from my grandma. Rest in peace. These two TVs here I literally picked up off the street. My original Xbox from my childhood. And then I have yet to make a video on this. This will be the subject of a future video. But this is a PowerBook 180, I believe. I bought this from the same guy that I bought the 4 512Ks from. And I've yet to do much with it. I've yet to take it apart yet. The only thing I have tested so far is that the power adapter plug on it is shorted in some way or another. So that's like my first clue. There's an iMac G4 back here that I bought from Goodwill. You might notice this. It's missing the bezel. I do actually have the bezel for it. It's right here. But all the clips are broken off. It just came that way from Goodwill. So I tried putting some double-sided tape on it and that didn't work. So you win some, you lose some, I guess. Another TV from my grandma, and then this is the 512 that I bought off eBay instead of Facebook. This is the working one, and then I got my vinyls over here. And then yeah, that's my setup pretty much. I actually, you might notice this if for those of you who are very keen on the PlayStation 2, you'll notice there's supposed to be white text underneath here. You're probably wondering where is it. I recently tuned the settings on both of these screens so that they run a bit darker. Because, as I discovered when I was shooting with my new camera settings, it turns out that these monitors are completely overexposed. So I have to turn these down a bit just to make them function a little bit better. Are you going to do some sort of fun mod on the iMac, like a modern display or similar? That's a great question. For this particular iMac, probably not. But if I do ever get my hands on another one of these, I would love to do something like that. I do plan on trying to flesh this thing out a little bit more with software. Right now it's running 10.4, and it's also running, I think it's Ubuntu, but I installed Ubuntu, used it once, and then forgot the password, so I need to reinstall it. And I'm trying to figure out a good way to triple boot between OS 10, OS 9, and Linux. Because for some reason, I had a dual booting OS 9 and 10 perfectly fine, and then I installed Linux and it screwed everything up. So that's another thing. Maybe this will be the subject of a future video if I can try to find out how to make it entertaining enough for people to watch. But that's definitely something in the future I'd like to do. It's a very good question. Let's switch back to our boy Adrian here really quick, and because see what he's got to say. So we've done this.
Our attention to the really disgusting looking disk drive. So I noticed there's actually a little bit of corrosion right here. So this thing has seen a little bit of liquid, I guess, but I'm just gonna carefully clean this with some IPA.
Okay, so we've just done this, so we can skip past this. Okay, he's saying dust it out here, so let's go ahead and do that. Let me switch back to this. I installed Linux and it screwed everything. No, that's so true. Honestly, I use Linux a lot. I work as a systems administrator as a day job. So, and admittedly, most of our back-end system is run off of Windows. So, I don't really get to work with Linux a whole lot in the professional market. In our server structure, the Linux machines that we do have, they work flawlessly. But meanwhile, at my house, I've had very mixed results with Linux. My desktop computer runs it, and I ran Debian at first, and it ran like Dookie, and then I put Ubuntu on it, and it didn't work. And then I got it working by doing some wizardry that I've learned throughout the years. I over here across the table, I have a 2015 MacBook with a copy of the latest version of Ubuntu on it, and I was running 2404 on it with Plasma 5, and I had this excellent, amazing macOS 9 themed KDE set for it, and it looked beautiful. And then I installed 2410 on it. I upgraded to 2410, which introduced Plasma 6. And now it looks terrible, and I'm really pissed about that. I think I have an image somewhere of the old install. I'm going to have to revert to that. But, but yeah. I prefer Temple OS to Linux. My man. Rest in peace, Terry Davis. I've completely forgotten what... Okay, he was going to blow compressed air on this really quick. Let's do that really fast before I get distracted again. Right. What's next?
So there's a little bit of corrosion right there. There's a little bit of corrosion right there. I have a little strip of sandpaper, just a little tiny one. Let's see if this makes any difference at all.
I think ours is already looking pretty
So
clean
IPA
in that regard.
So what I have here is a little Rust-Oleum rust reformer. This sort of converts rust from a rusty color just to black. Not sticking.
Adrian, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is this?
Just dabbing it on. You can put in the comments if you think this is a silly exercise or this was actually going to work. Oh, incidentally, there was a little tiny spot right there and right there. This is on the bottom plate. A little bit of the corrosion hadn't made its way up.
800K floppy? Yep.
Just dab that onto. Okay, next we got to clean up the head assembly here. So obviously we can clean the heads with some IPA. So I'll do that first. On there. Make sure you're using a clean one. You very gently clean the heads. Then move around.
Okay, I've done this on the other one. I'm gonna go run to the other room really quick and go grab some. I'm gonna go grab some more Q-tips. I'm gonna go grab a lot more than I did last time, so I don't have to do this again. So I will be right back. Alright, I got a fistful of Q-tips. If we end up using all of these tonight, I'm going to be quite cross. Okay, what's next? Cleaning the heads? Right, I can do that. Ooh. I wish I could bring the mic a little bit closer. Just very gently. Okay, I'm going to dry it with the other side now. I will say this stream is getting a lot of reception. It seems I did a stream like a while back on fixing an Xbox controller just because it was something I was working on, and I didn't really get a whole lot of traction. But it seems like the timing of this stream, particularly with this new upload, is really good. So almost makes me want to do it more often, which means I'm gonna have to go buy more Macs, as it turns out.
You do not want to push on them too hard. Oh, that's kind of crusty. Some crap came off there. And you gotta get the top head too. So the way I do that is just tilt it up. Just carefully clean those. I also have cleaning floppy, which I will use later. Now I'm going to use the IPA on here just to clean off the little rod. And then the little...
Alright. The rod. I've learned about this in my engineering class. This is called a worm gear. And, oh yeah, look at that grease. That class was a trip. Buy more Macs and stream the suffering. I agree. I'm always on the lookout on Facebook Marketplace. You already know it. You see, I was like, I knew it's not the YouTube algorithm promoting this well. Somebody must be sharing it. Exodium, I really hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, by the way. Exodium, you are the greatest of all time. Actually, all of you, as a matter of fact. You guys are all the greatest ever. I'm very thankful I have you guys as fans on this channel. You guys are great. One day when I'm popular enough to warrant my own Patreon, I'm going to put you guys on the credit scroll just for free. Just for being so awesome. Where did the other disc think... Yo, we had 3 of these little washer things, and I found the 4th one, and I put it over with the other ones, and it's gone again. That little thing is just... Okay. Like I said earlier, it'll come back. It's going on a wander, on a quest of sorts. It'll come back when we need it. I'm taking my credit. Trekintosh, you're also awesome. Ron, Gutbomb, Mac84, Joe's, 1-Bit. Who else is in chat? Everyone else who's here right now. Everything is broken. Yuxo, Trina, Garth, and anyone else I might have missed. You guys are all awesome. Alright, what's next?
Rude thing here. This is... head moves back and forth on this. There's a little stepper motor here, so... look at that, black. I'm going to spray a little bit of IPA onto a paper towel. Bring these upright parts here. Okay, the front of the drive, there are 2...
Hold on, run it back.
Head moves back and forth on this. There's a little stepper motor here, so... look at that, black. I'm going to spray a little bit of IPA onto a paper towel. Bring these upright parts here. Okay, the front of the drive, there are...
So clean the upright parts. I think we've already done that. Yeah, I think we're good.
2 micro switches, one right here, one there. One senses that the disk is down. It's actually inserted into the drive. The other one is the write protect tab. High density drives will actually have 3. There'll be a high density detect one, write protect, and then the disk one. I'm just going to spray a little deoxit onto these, into the micro switch there. Just exercise them a few times. Just make sure those are working correctly. All right, what's next is lubricate the screw and the socket.
Okay, well, I don't really have any deoxit, so I'm just gonna air blast them. Good enough.
Largely clean those off with alcohol. I'm going to use silicone on those. I'm just going to apply a little bit right onto the jack screw. Drop. A little bit onto the rod. Then I will use...
Which rod? Oh, this one right here. Okay, I didn't actually get the chance to clean that. Oh, okay, hang on. Just 1 second. Let me get that. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell I did with that that little disc thing. Because I swear, I'll have to go back in the stream, but it was over here next to this floppy disk. And I put it over here with the other 3 little spacer things. And then I was like, oh, there it is. And then it's gone again now. And I think I'm losing my mind. But you know what? It'll show up later. Inevitably, it's going to show up the moment I put the drive back together. And I'm going to be like, oh, shit, now I got to take it back apart again. because that's the kind of luck that I have with these projects. There we go. Yeah, get the little slider rail here. Gotta be very careful with these ribbon cables. You know it. You can tell it's a Sony drive because of the ribbon cable style. I mean, I knew it was a Sony drive already, but the moment I saw those ribbon cables, I was like, oh yeah, this is definitely a Sony. Anyone who's ever taken apart one of the fat model PS2s knows exactly what I'm talking about. Sony loves their ribbon cables. Okay, I think that's quite good. So now he's putting oil on that. I've got this stuff here. Let me verify.
What's next is lubricate the screw and the sliding bars. We clean those off with alcohol. I'm going to use silicone on those. I'm just going to apply a little bit right onto the jack screw, dropped, a little bit onto the rod. Then I would use cotton swab, spread it around, and the same on this jack screw thing here. All right, so everything.
Yep, that looks about right. So we'll go ahead and do as such here. Can you guys imagine if Adrian just pops into chat? He's like, hey guys, what's up? I'll cry. I'll cry if he shows up. Or if, like, Action Retro shows up. That's, like, that'll be, like, the benchmark that I've made it. Is if, like, Action Retro shows up. But I wouldn't get my hopes up too soon. Right. That's in there. We're going to spread it with a Q-tip. Oh, wait. Somebody asked... I forgot to answer this. Somebody asked me if I have an image writer, too. And the answer is, unfortunately, no. I don't. I don't have any sort of printers for my old computers, unfortunately. Which is a real bummer. But it'd be nice to get my hands on one. You know what I really want to get, though? Like, the accessory that I want the most is one of those, like, Macintosh carrying bag. Yeah, I really want to get one of these. I really want to get one of these just so I can lug my computer around.
Ready to go back together at this point. So before we reinstall this, we need to add the lubricant. So what I'm going to do is get the white lithium grease. I'm going to put a little bit on cotton swab, like that. If you look here at the bottom plate, there are little nubs right here, here, and there. There's 4 of them, and they ride on this metal, there, and there. So if I just sort of put a dab of this right on there, try not to put too much, but I don't know how much it really matters.
Okay. Let's get this part here again. Take a look. So I'm seeing these little nubs here. I think I see what he's talking about. So let me go ahead and grab my super lube. And then we're just gonna kind of some of this, some of that, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. Oh, I got some grease on me. That's okay. I have a dead one you can have. How hard is it to fix them? Future ComputerSmith video? Question mark. At least it won't come up and tell me that I don't have a legitimate cartridge. Fucking HP printers, man. Printers make me so angry. I have a printer at my office, and it's like just about as old as I am. It's like from 2006. It's an Epson, I think R260 something or other, and that thing is beautiful because it's so old it doesn't care what kind of cartridge you put in it. So you can just buy cartridges for cheap off Amazon. But the best part is it's one of those printers that have a little tray in them, so you can put a CD in it and print on the disc. And I love that so much. I make copies of like all of my CDs, and they look beautiful.
So I'll add a little bit more. Put a little bit. These 4 things right here. There.
Okay, so he's putting some grease on there as well. So I'm gonna do that next. I still would quite like to figure out what happened with that 4th little disc thing. I hope it shows up before I put it all back together, because I'm quite pissed that I set it down there. How do you not have more subscribers? Pretty new channel still, unfortunately. But with awesome fans such as you guys, I'm hoping that's gonna change pretty soon. I'm very. That's part of the reason why these videos have been kind of slow to come out. Is because I filmed this video. It took me about a week. Okay. So here's what the production cycle was like. For this last video, I usually do my video filming on Mondays because I only have one class on Monday. So I have like an hour-long class, and then after that I'm free the rest of the day. So on Monday I started like filming. It was Monday the 24th of February, I think. And I did that, and then my pump jammed. So I went out and purchased the little what's the thing? I went out and blasted the here it is. I ordered this thing, and then that came in that Friday. So that following Monday, I finished filming the main video. And then this last Saturday, I went out in public and shot some B-roll of the Macintosh for the portion where I was yapping about it. And see what happened. And then on Thursday, I filmed the intro sequence, which, you know, the one that was shot on the really high quality camera because my friend was over. We worked together to shoot that, and then also that day I shot the new outro because I shot the original outro and it was good, but then I rewrote the script a bit for the outro, so I reshot that that same day, and then final day I that week on Monday I finished the rough cut, and then because I was waiting on a few shots before I could publish the video, I kept like going back and making changes, and I must have watched the video like 200 times. And I think that's part of the reason why it turned out so good, is because normally when I make these videos, I procrastinate editing them, and then I finally edit them, and then I'm done editing them the moment I finish the outro, and then I'm just like, whoof, and then I quality check it once, and I'm good. But this time I couldn't just say fuck it and render it out because I'm still waiting on those shots. So I had the chance to go over it like 50 times, and every time I'd watch it, I'd turn up the gamma here, cut that portion out there, change the audio there a bit, and I think it turned out really well the way that I did it. So certainly means we're going to have to spend more time making these videos, but I'm not opposed to that as long as people are fine with me having a kind of slow upload schedule, which people seem to be okay with that, so I wouldn't be too concerned with it. And then I had to do the shot with me with my hair super crazy. I filmed that was the very last thing that I did before I rendered it. Was I did that shot, put it in the editing bay, color graded it, and then hit render. And then I went off to go while it rendered, I went off to the shower to go actually do my hair up for the day. I'm off to bed. Have a great night. Thank you, Trina, for stopping by. It was very nice to have you. I hope to see you again soon. And thank you for being a fan of my channel. It means a lot to me. And have a great rest of your night. What's next, Adrian?
Now, if you take this, put it on here, slide it back and forth. Now it's sliding.
Let's verify. Oh, yeah. That's quite nice.
So much smoother than it was originally. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this little paper towel, and I'm going to dab any extra on these 4 posts here. There's the 4 little circle things. Now, I don't really have...
I only have 3 now. I lost one. Like I said earlier, it's definitely gonna turn up the moment that I the moment that I click stop stream and walk away and start tidying up my desk. That little disc thing is gonna show up, and I'm gonna scream when that happens. Hopefully you got a blue SCSI in that Mac Plus. I've a lot of people have asked me about it so far. I am planning on either getting or building one very soon, because this is my first. Well, okay, no, this is not my first Macintosh with a SCSI port. This is my first. I don't know how to word it, but I have the Classic 2, but like I mentioned earlier, that's now broken, so I can't use it. And then one Mac I haven't touched on at all yet, as I do also own a Performa 636 CD. And I used to have a really nice Sony Trinitron monitor that went with it, but I think my dad threw it out, and I'm quite pissed about that. But I do plan on getting a blue SCSI. incredibly soon. I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a guy on YouTube named Hunter Irving, and he recently made a video where he used his Blue SCSI to bring his Mac online, and he had that thing like talking to ChatGPT and like going to Wikipedia. I thought it was a really cool video. I definitely would recommend it. Okay, what's next?
Trick to put these on.
So, okay, we're putting these back on. Alright, bro. Alright. If it's super hard to take apart and put back together, it must be a Sony. Alright, give me some wisdom, Adrian.
Push them down over these little posts or little circle things. Now, I don't really have a trick to put these on. You just have to kind of push them down over these little posts. And if you have fingernails, use those. If you don't, a little screwdriver might help. So they click into place. I just got one on.
Not yet. Maybe? Trial and error, boys. There we go. There's one. Eric is the inventor of the Blue SCSI. It's an honor to have you, Eric. Thank you for being here tonight. That definitely will be the last, like, the thing that pushes me over the edge to get a Blue SCSI, because I've been thinking about it ever since I purchased this Mac Plus. It was like, that was like the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, when I was driving home with this in the car, I was like, oh yeah, now I can get a Blue SCSI and get this thing online, because I can't do that with my 512. And that's definitely the next move. I just wanted to make sure I get everything perfected to where this thing just turns on and works every time, because it really would be a dreadful shame if I bought a Blue SCSI and then fried it because my Mac was overvolted or something. All right, our 3 discs are on, so let me just check a little bit more around here, because like if I would like to find that, now would be the best time to do such. I've been looking for that little 4th disc like the entire time since I put it over there, and I still don't know where it went. I'm still quite pressed about that. Maybe it fell on the floor somewhere. Good luck finding it. Ah, dear. It's not like in my lap or something, is it? I don't believe so. This is a little bit tricky because usually I use my phone flashlight to help me look for this sort of thing. But obviously my phone is a little bit preoccupied at the moment, so it's probably not an option. Oh well. Checking still. Oh, here it is. I see it. How did it get over there? Okay, whatever. I'm glad I found that at least. Ugh. Now you can't escape from me. Yeah. Where are my tweezers? So disorganized. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't. Right, that's all looking good so far. What's next?
Basically underneath those 4 little things. Now I did just notice a little bit of grease here, so this is basically underneath those 4 little things. Now I did just
put more grease on it? I mean, if you insist, I'm not gonna say no. I'm a little scared because I think I might over lubricate it, because I absolutely did do that when I first lubricated the 400K drive that's on my 512. I absolutely over lubricated it the first time I did it, and it was to the point where it was like it worked fine for a few days and then it seized up again. I was like, oh shit. But then I just did it again, and it all was right in the world after that. It's all about balance. Or something of the sort.
Notice the corner of this drive is bent in. It should be like this, and you see this corner is sort of angled that way. Probably this drive was dropped at some point. So I'm going to take a needle nose, just straighten that out. Next is we need to reinstall the top piece here. So this is the back of the drive back here, front of the drive. And the way I find the easiest way to get this on is there's a little like kind of a tooth right here. So you slide this in first on this side like that.
Alright, hang on. Run it back.
The easiest way to get this on is there's a little like kind of a tooth right here. So you slide this in first on this side like that.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, so this is supposed to go there. So then that... Have I done that properly? Maybe? Yes. Look at that. Looks lovely. Right, what's next?
And then, actually, yeah, that's it. It's in. So you just sort of get it on one side, but you might have to like jiggle the eject mechanism a little bit. So see, it's opening and closing the eject right now. Now the springs aren't connected, so of course it doesn't have that spring tension. Now that that's done, we got to get these little screws on. Now they're easy to take off using your fingers, but I find the easiest way to get them back on is with a pick like this. Sort of stretch them down, push it off the pick onto the little hook perch thingy, the thing that the hook goes onto. So that one is now on. Now I'll do it again on this side, and then you get it.
I've got one of those pick things, but I don't feel like going downstairs to go get it, so we're just going to use the tweezers. Who's ready for brain surgery? Oh wow, these tweezers don't like actually like... Okay, let me just give them a good squeeze together real quick to solve that gap. That's what I get for buying tweezers from Amazon. And then, boom. That was easy. Relatively. And then, yep, that wasn't too bad. Right.
Down under the hook, push it off the pick. See, it snaps back down now. So that's like as if we were inserting a floppy disk. Okay, to slide this on.
Mine's not.
Lift the head up slightly. Slide this back into place.
Oh, there we go.
Lifting the head up on one side.
Okay.
Snaps back down now. So that's like as if we were inserting a floppy disk. Okay, to slide this on, lift the head up slightly. Just slide this back into place.
Okay. Sounds easy enough. Famous last words, of course. Right, that's in there.
Currently lifting the head up on one side, right by this little lever there. So now I'm going to take some of this white lithium grease again. We're going to put it on the cotton swab. And we're going to lubricate the side of the drive. We have it lubricated right here. Right here. I like to just sort of goop this on a little
So
bit.
this piece and that
There,
piece.
there.
Okay, I can do that. Go ahead and grab a nice Q-tip. Get some goop on it. And go and goop it. Probably could have put more than that on there, but oh well. I'm going to push this down just so I have some more room to work here. I feel like I could do better than that. Let's put some more famous last words once again. That's got it.
On both sides, these little pegs ride down in these channels. So now it's lubricated on that side, and it goes right here. Alright, so lubricant there. So if I push the drive mechanism down, it all slides in that track.
So we doing what, the same thing on the other side? Okay. Sounds about right. I'm gonna go ahead and change Q-tips real quick. Stanky danky Q-tip. Put some goop on there. Put some goop on there. Spread it around. And then we'll go ahead and do the this one. Click that into place. Make sure we get all this nice and gooped up. What's next?
Let's get this part here. Same on this side. Okay, time for a test. So make sure the drive is connected. I'm going to stick this disc in there. Remember when I put it in, it didn't even really go.
Yeah, starting to feel pretty good now. So let me go ahead and grab a crap disc real quick just in case it junks something up. Do I have one in here? Yeah, I do. We got something for a Hewlett-Packard desk writer, something or other. I have no use for this. So I'm noticing the head is not going into place automatically. It's like, yeah, the head seems to be like too low. And as I'm trying to eject it here, it's like stuck. That's no good. Uh-oh. Okay, now the head's free, but I still can't take the disc out. What's happening? What's going on here? Okay, I can't take discs out.
Down. Now it should snap down without any issue. Look at that. That is how it should sound.
And see, now his disc is just popping straight out, but mine is not. I think it's something to do with this little clip thing here. So let me pull it out. I must have made a hash of things. So let's take a step back here. We'll try again. So I'm gonna try raising this head up and then putting this clip on. And if that doesn't work, we're gonna have to consult our elders, aka Adrian. If any of you guys here in chat know what I'm doing wrong, do please enlighten me. Okay, that looks a bit better. Oh, yeah, that's much better. That's so much better. Okay, there we go. So I think that's sorted now. Just a small little detail. Look at that, it's like gunning it out of there. Okay, I think it's safe to say that's good.
A little bit more lubricant I like to do. This little mechanism here, this whole little flippy thing, I like to lubricate that, and I don't like to use the lithium grease, it's kind of thick. So I just add a drop, just a little ever so slight amount of the silicone on there, and we just exercise that. So
Alright. I am WinRAR. Woo! Always free. Put some goop on here. This isn't goop, this is liquid. What's a good slang term for the liquid? I don't know. Cast your votes today at 1-800, I don't know, something or other. Put some here too, I guess. Had to step out for a second. You didn't miss out on much. Just the same old, very slowly putting grease on stuff. But we've got the top piece put back on. I think we're getting pretty close to being done, I suspect. Although we're only halfway through this video, so don't quote me on that.
The lubricant around, and then what I do is I'll take a paper towel and I'll wipe up, dab up any extra. A little bit more lubricant is needed, and I will use a lithium grease for this. So right here, this slide point, right there, and right there.
Okay, so next we're gonna grease the slide points. Let me go ahead and do what he said. dab that up a bit, and then grease this, grease that. We don't need that much, just on that one point, so give me some of that. Put that up in there. Put that up in there. Exercise it a few times. Looking good, looking good.
There. A little bit more right here. That's a spot that actually touches, and I'm gonna
Something over here. Assuming, I don't know if he's referring to this piece or that piece or both. Let's see.
there. In there. A little bit more right here. That's a spot that actually touches, and I'm gonna add the ever so slightest amount of the silicone lubricant there. That's a rotation point as well. Well, that leaves us with a very delicate eject motor mechanism. I haven't even touched this yet. There's a little bit of the crusty old lubricant on there. Let's use IPA. Try to get that off. And that thing rides down here in this circle area. There's a little bit of the crusty lubricant on there too, so we'll just get that off. So since I don't think this thing is ruined or broken, I'm just gonna...
Hello there, Stinkerton18. What's up? Welcome to the stream. We are, despite the title of the stream, we finished reflowing a while ago. We're doing some drive lubrication right now on the 800K floppy drive on my Macintosh Plus. So, thank you for stopping by. I'm glad to have you here. Right, so now he's talking about the floppy eject mechanism. This is the part I was stressing about.
Eject motor mechanism. I haven't even touched this yet. There's a little bit of the crusty old lubricant on there. Let's use IPA. Try to get that off.
Okay. And clean it. Where's my spray bottle? I've lost it. Here it is. It's a lot of fun doing this. It's kind of tedious sometimes, but it's very satisfying, especially when you hear the that sound.
And that thing rides down here in this circle area. There's a little bit of the crusty...
Wait, actually, I think I've just realized. Yes. I've realized that the audio from my computer is actually muted on stream. I've just realized that, so you can't actually hear what Adrian's saying. My apologies.
Lubricant on there too, so we'll just get that off. So since I don't think this thing is ruined or broken, I'm just gonna put this back in as is, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll put a little bit of the lift.
There we go. Now you guys can hear Adrian a little bit better, not just feedback from the mic.
There's a little bit of the crusty... touch this yet. There's a little bit of the crusty old lubricant on there. Let's use IPA. Try to get that off. And that thing rides down here in this circle area. There's a little bit of the crusty lubricant on there too, so we'll just get that off. So since I don't think this thing is ruined or broken, I'm just gonna put this back in as is, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll put a little bit of the lithium grease on it right there on the bearing surface, trying to get it on the gear. Okay, and we're gonna So I'll put a little bit of the lithium grease on it right there on the bearing surface, trying to get it on the gear. Okay, and we're gonna reinstall the power connector here for the eject motor.
And the bearing surface. Just
trying to get it on.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna put this back in as is, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll put a little bit of the lithium grease on it right there on the bearing surface, trying to get it on the...
Okay, so we're trying not to get it on the gear. Very interesting, but okay. I respect it. We have been able to hear Adrian. Huh, interesting. Is it just like feedback from the microphone that you're hearing, or is it just like has it just been secretly coming through the entire time and I just have not been aware? Does it at least like sound better now? That's what I'm concerned with, is making your experience a little bit better. I think that's probably, honestly, that might be too much lubricant, so I'm going to use the dry side here and just kind of mop some of it up a little bit. And then we're going to go over here and put some of that on there. Looking good, looking good. He's slightly clearer now. Okay, good enough.
Okay, and we're going to reinstall the power connector here for the eject motor. We're going to just gently lay that down in there. We're going to reinstall the screws. It will not operate without the screws, so put those in. Don't torque them too tightly. There we go, just enough so the eject motor sits in there correctly. All right, and there is one service disk drive. Let's just put the disk in, make sure it goes in. Yep. So it's ready for testing. Okay, I have a Mac SE. Here's the floppy drive for testing.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're just about done then. So let's go ahead and very gently grab my iFixit here and very loosely put these screws in first just to hold it in place. That's always the strategy. I learned this this method of doing things from working on cars and motorbikes. But what I always do is I tighten the screws in very loosely, like just like barely in there, right, to where they just start biting down, and then I go in like a star-shaped pattern and like torque them down one by one. But first, gonna plug the power supply back in, or power connector. Sorry. This might take a little bit of fiddling here, but luckily I'm good at fiddling. Is that proper? Yeah, that's proper. Cleaning Mac drives always a chore. Yeah, you can say that again. It's one of those things you just have to do, you know? You just gotta bite the bullet and get it done. Okay, that looks like it's pretty good. Go ahead and do... I've got a little bit of grease on this disc, but that's okay. That's why this is my scrap disc, or whatever you want to call it. All seems right in the world. Right, well... In that case, let's get it put back together then. So first things first is getting it put in the cage. Oh dear. Okay, which way does this go again? I always forget every single time that I do this. I always forget which direction the cage is supposed to go. I'm looking at my 512 that's sitting over there, and I'm looking. The long side is going towards the analog board, so it's gonna sit like this. So then, in that case, we want the mechanism to sit like this, I believe. I don't think I'm doing this properly, am I? I think this is supposed to go maybe like that. No. Which way do you do it? Do you just like slide it in? I think you slide it in the other way. I have no idea what I'm doing. Or you know what? Maybe we need to... No, we need to have it in this position first. Okay. Then, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Let's find out together. That can't be proper. Maybe? Oh, jeez, I don't know, guys. I don't think it's supposed to go like that, is it? Okay, hang on just a second. So, we need this to go like that. So if this is going like that, and that's going like this, then these need to go together like this. Okay. We've used logic. Oh, wow, look at that. I might just be stupid, honestly. It's okay, it happens to the best of us. If I recall correctly, it's these indented holes here that are the ones that the screws go into. So we can actually go ahead now. Let me go ahead and switch my overlay back over to overhead only. There we go. Now you guys can see a little bit better. Just kind of finger tighten them at first, just to get everything lined up and settled into place. There we go. When it comes to doing something with like 4 screws like this, I always go in a cross pattern like that just to kind of get it to like stay level. I kind of briefly touched on that a second ago, but it's the same idea. And then now we can start. With this and that. Ooh. There we go. Okay, and now we can start just going in a cross pattern like this. And perfect. Now our assembly is put back together. Let's go and try it out a few more times. Let me go ahead and wipe this disc off just to make sure we're not getting any more grease on it. Seems good so far. Yeah, let's get it put back in the computer then. My table is a mess now. There's so much happening here. This table was like empty when I started this stream, and it's like packed full. That happens very quickly when it comes to doing this kind of stuff. Okay, so first is the drive. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to first is the drive. We're going to slide that down as such. And then we'll kind of loosen up the screws here. So there's... Okay, give me my screwdriver again. We're going to do this a little bit more efficiently. Here's my little trick is that I put the screw on the tip of the screwdriver and then hold it in place with my index finger and then just kind of insert it like that. It works sometimes. Your mileage may vary, of course. Screw number 3. As such, and then screw number 4. Excellent, and now we can start torquing it down. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Excellent. All right, let's get this thing tested out. And oh wait! I gotta put the main board back in. Right. Almost forgot. We'll take our main board. Just sort of. You meanie. Yeah, maybe I should raise this up a bit. That might help. I don't know why the software does that. That's so weird. It's like an iPhone camera effect thing. I think I have a setting on here I can do. No? Okay. Whatever. I don't understand why it does that weird spin thing when I adjust it. It's something to do with the iPhone's like camera setting thingamajig. But okay, whatever. We'll reconnect our main connector, of course. And then somewhere on our table, here it is the floppy cable. We'll plug that back in as such. If I could see, that is. I think I'm supposed to do... Yeah, this will work better this way. Okay. Continuity camera tries to do some weird stuff. Yeah, that's definitely what it is. Freaking Apple. Freaking Apple computer, man. Alright. That's all put back together now. And hopefully I didn't just screw up my floppy drive. I always get that sense of dread whenever I come back in and do testing. But let's see what happens. Aw, you gotta be shitting me, really? Okay, so I guess we didn't fix it all the way. It's still doing that thing. But if I adjust the wire, then... Okay, so that gives me some concern. Since we already reflowed the main connector and that didn't quite help us, I definitely think that from here the move is to swap out the cable. And look at that, we got no picture now. If I jiggle the connector, will it come back in? Nothing. Man. Let's go back and adjust that brightness cutoff, because that's what did this last. Because you saw it when I flipped the screen off. Ooh. What is going on? I wonder if the connector is just oxidized. It very well could be, honestly. That is, I didn't actually try cleaning off the pins on the connector. So let's give that a try just really fast. Stupid computer repair, bro. And if this doesn't work, I'm gonna go grab the display cable from that dead 512 and see if we get any luck with it. That's just a dreadful sound, isn't it? It's dreadful but awesome at the same time. Okay, I'm not really seeing any dirt coming onto the Q-tip, so... You refill the connector on the analog board too? Not yet. We had success after we reflowed it on the main connector, but I did not reflow the analog board connector yet, because there's like these little like divot things here and you have to like squeeze them, and I didn't want to do that. But if this continues to be an issue, then that'll be next. You should be using plastic tools to adjust the analog board. Putting metal there is ungood. Very good suggestion. I only really have this like weird almost Phillips head but not quite Phillips head thing. If I was really daring, I'd just go in here and twist the potentiometer. That's right there next to the flyback transformer. That's a great idea. It'd be the best idea I'd ever have. Actually, you know what? Before I plug this connector back in, let me just... This is a bit of a long shot, but... Can't hurt. Nope. Push the connector in some more. But will a screen come up this time? No. Even after adjusting the brightness. Still no. Okay. Well, before I take the analog board out, I do want to go ahead and try taking this main connector here. See if I can get it out. Oof. Okay, fine. I didn't want to have to do this. Let's take the analog board out. So, I've seen these kind of clips before. You just kind of have to squeeze on them. It's starting to come out here. Let me see if I can just... There we go. There's one. How many are there? Oh, there's only 4. That's not bad. They're only just like right next to high voltage components though. So like, funny. Oh well. You win some, you lose some, they say. There's 2. There's 3. And there's 4. And then this just pops off. Perfect. Okay, before we do anything else, before we start sticking our hands in here, let's be smart, let's be safe. Let's discharge the tube really quick. Got our little jank rig tool here. Shove that in there. And all good. I didn't hear any pop, so I guess it already discharged or something of the sort. Right. Well, in that case, I'm going to try and disconnect it from over here on this end. Watch it be, like, still plugged in, and I just, like, shock the hell out of myself. We might have some more luck if I just... Okay, hang on. I always hate pulling these analog boards out. It's such a pain. But, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. Okay, I think it'll make my life a little bit easier if I go ahead and remove the screws and then pull the board out a little bit and then try to remove the connectors. Oh dear. Nope, that screwdriver's not going to work. Where's the other one? Nope, these ones are too big. We're just going to have to hammer it in there. Can leave it in just to check. Let's see. I mean, the main connector, or the main solder joints I'm concerned with are the ones that are here on the analog board. And, I mean, with the naked eye, they look fine. But the problem is that whenever solder joints crack like that, it's typically like a really small, like microscopic crack. And it's incredibly hard to see it with just the eye. So we're just going to go and reflow it either way. Okay. Pull this clip out. Pull this out. Okay. First things first. We discharged it so we can pull this little guy out. Yep. Pull that out of there. And that gives us some more room to work. Get this slotted back in here really quick. For the time being. Remove the little grounding screw thingamabob here in the back. Okay. And now this way we can get some better access up to our connectors. So we'll start with I'm going to go ahead and remove the one that's here on the back of the tube because I'm really scared of bumping it around and breaking off that little glass nipple. So we're going to just not do that. Okay, now I have a little bit better access to our connector here. See if I can just pull it out. The answer is no. A for effort, I suppose. Unplug that. Let's see if I can unplug this. Maybe. Unplug this from the system. At least now I can lay it flat. Okay, what's still connected here? Yeah, it's just this one. Okay, I'm just gonna pry it out, I guess. I've been electrocuted. Ugh. This connector does not want to budge. I think it might be a little easier if I lift on that plastic thing there. There we go. I'm free. There we are. Let's go ahead and set this aside for a second. Focus on the board here. So here's our board. I'm going to try to pull this connector out. That doesn't seem like it's going to go very well for me, so I might just leave it in there. I should probably recap this at some point in the near future. I need to recap all of them, really. I want to say, what is one of these supposed to look like? I think it's probably fine. Or maybe these cables are sitting too high up in there. It's got a bit trickier than I thought it was going to be. It don't matter. This connector just does not want to budge. And I don't want to pull it by the wire, because I don't want to pull the wire out, but... Come on. Ah, there. Ow, shit. That hurt. That hurt. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do next, if I can help it, is pull the cable from one of those dead 512s and put it in here. But first, let's just reflow the solder and see if that helps. Which means I now need to plug this back in. I think with these ones we might be able to use the desoldering pump. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it on as well. That'll help us out immensely if we can do that. We'll go and start by making sure it's nice and clean. Okay. Wow, it actually did such a good job that I saw the connector like sink down. It did too good of a job. So we gotta push that back in now. Teehee. Right. And with that done, put some flux on it. Oh dear, I've forgotten one. Hold on. More than just forgetting one, I've forgotten the the most important one, the video pin. How could I? And it just fell out. I'm not really sure what I was expecting, honestly. Yeah, it just fell straight out. Well, I guess it's safe to say that my desoldering gun works, at least. We'll go and just put it back in and pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, you see? Nobody saw anything. If you think something happened, no it didn't. Okay. Seems like it's working pretty good. Some of these pins here are sitting up a bit higher than they were. That's probably not good, I don't think. Like this third pin here. If I get it hot, it'll probably be fine. Whatever. Right, that looks okay, I think. Somebody else had also suggested reflowing the flyback. I think we'll come back to that another time. It's getting pretty late here. I do have work tomorrow, so I can't go on for too much longer, but I think we should have enough time. So yeah, I think the pins themselves definitely dropped in a little bit, but I think as long as we're making contact with them, it should be fine. That's if we're making contact with them. If not, then, I don't know, I'm going to be pretty cross. I see no bridges between them, so all looks good in that regard. Okay, well, we reflowed it. Looks alright. Where did we put that cable? What did it... Oh, here it is. I don't know which one came from which side. I really don't think it matters, to be honest. Yep, that goes in. Seems like it goes in fine, of course. So, should probably just make sure really quick. Let's go ahead and dig out the multimeter, and we'll try to do a continuity check based on each one of these pins here versus their respective contact on the back. This is going to be a little tricky to do, but it's okay. It's nothing I can't handle. So what I'm going to do here is, for each wire on the other end here, because I want to make sure the cable works good too, I'm going to stick this through there just so we have something to clip onto. We'll clip that onto there. Actually, we'll clip it onto there. And then we're going to test out the back, and I don't know why I grabbed that, and see if we can get continuity. Excellent. So then we'll just keep going. Good. Pin 3. Good. Pin 4. Good. Pin 5. It's got continuity on these 3 here. Let me consult my manual again. make sure this is expected. Let's see. 3. So this is between 2, 3, 4, 5. The pin I'm looking at right now, this is ground. And I'm getting continuity on ground on a lot of these. Is that supposed to happen? Again, I probably should have checked. Number 6. I really don't think that's supposed to happen. I could be fibbing. That looks correct. That looks correct. And it has contact on the same pins. That all looks good. And then finally the video pin. That looks good. Okay. So which one was it? It was pin 5 here. Okay, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong here. Let me go ahead and pull this back up to here. So do please correct me if I'm wrong. So the way that you're looking at it here is backwards from what's on the monitor. But right now I have my multimeter connected to this pin right here, the ground pin, right? And as you can see, I have continuity with it, which is good. But on the left and right of it is -12, and this is -12. There's continuity there, and there's +5. And there's continuity there as well. And yes, one bit has pointed out, which is correct, that 7 and 9 are tied. And so this is pin 7. Pin 9 is the one that's over here. Hold on. I'm not getting continuity between them. But I am getting continuity on the 12 volt. That doesn't seem right, does it? So I have continuity on, let's see. So this is the 4.5 volt battery. I have continuity on the +12, on ground, on the -12, and then on this ground, and then on +5. And then I think this one is sound here. And then the rest of them are all fine. I remember that earlier when we were on the logic board side of things, the +5 and ground were shorted, and that was apparently normal. But this doesn't quite seem like it's normal. I could very well be wrong though, because I didn't check beforehand. So I'm gonna go ahead and like reflow it just in case, but like I think that's super weird. It could also just be like the cable. I really can't see any shortage locally. Whatever, dude. It just doesn't seem right. I don't want to shove it in there and test it if that's going to be an issue. Let's flip this over. Okay. So I'm going to go here. This pin right here is pin 9 on the diagram. This is ground here. Make sure that's working. See, a lot of these pins are grounded, and I'm just like, is that supposed to happen? You know what? You know what? Let me go. I have my 512 over here. Let me do the same test on it real quick. Dang, what? Yeah, it seems like most of them have continuity to ground as well over there. That's so weird. Oh, that does not sit right with me at all, you guys. That doesn't sit right with me. I'm so scared to try this. That's so scary. I mean, I guess I always have other analog boards I could cannibalize. I just don't want to screw up my logic board in case something's wrong. But like, you know, oh, it's so scary. But like, everything else seems fine. I don't see any shorts between anything. Nothing looks even remotely close to like overflowing and touching each other, as far as I can tell. Let me do the other one here really quick. Just resistance to ground or open to ground? It's a great question. I'm not good at that sort of thing, but there's numbers here on my multimeter. I don't know if you can see this. Let me switch over here so I can see what you're seeing. But there, like, numbers show up. So I want to say resistance to ground, but I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't feel right, but it seems like it's right, maybe. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Spray with alcohol again, just in case maybe it's the flux. Because it could be. I doubt it, but it could be. But it seems like at least the connector is making good contact. I'm so freaking scared right now. I'm gonna check this again. Hold on, let me step over here real quick. I mean, judging by my 512K that's sitting over here, it looks like this is normal. So, I think I might just be fibbing. Well, I don't feel good about this, but let's just put it back together. I do have a fire extinguisher in here. Okay. We might need that. The fuck? You know, I don't think that's correct. Let's go this way. You idiot. All right. Start chucking it all back together here. Where's my screwdriver? Here it is. This must not be lined up properly. Oh, it also could be the fact that I'm using a flathead instead of a Phillips head. Way to go, Parnelli. Doesn't seem like it wants to go in there. Okay. Whatever, dude. Am I being silly right now? Why is this not going in the chassis? Gosh darn it. Maybe this is just like backwards or something. But these screws that link the analog board to the case just don't want to go in, which is usual. Oh, okay, whatever. Come on, bro. I gotta go to bed, bro. Okay, there we go. I wonder if maybe we should try it with a different logic board before subjecting the Mac Plus to it. This screw is just being so incredibly stubborn right now. It's like me, that. Because I keep breaking shit and then fixing it. You tripping. I hate whatever kind of screw this is. Machine screw gang, rise up. Wherever you are. This is not working at all. I cannot get this screw in here. Yeah, you're right. I should just leave it out for testing. Oh, scary. So scary. Okay. I'm so nervous. Let's plug everything back in. Main connector. That dinky little yoke connector. I should probably plug this in first. Yeah, that'll make things a little bit easier. The brightness knob seated, yeah. You don't have to open up your Mac Plus. I don't want to make you do a bunch of work for this. And then this connects up to there. All right, everything's plugged in. Should I do it? Oh, wait, hang on. One last thing. I need to plug the little grounding thing in. Too late, almost done. Ah, fair enough. Well, I'll wait for you then before I screw up my Mac Plus. God, why are none of these screws going in? Have I switched them by accident? They're the same kind of screw, though, I'm pretty sure. Am I tripping, bro? Such a weird kind of screw. It'll make more room. There we go. Now that one's going in there. Alright, that's pretty weird. Alright, this is all ready to get put back together. Open, testing. I'm gonna wait for you to do that before I plug it in, because I'm so scared right now. I'm like genuinely like so nervous to try this out. And my hair looks terrible now because I've been up for a while. In the meantime, I'm gonna tidy this up a little bit here. There's some dirt. I already cleaned up the most of the shell right before I shot all that B-roll on Saturday, but I didn't really get to get the plastic that was through inside the disk drive. Would have been better to do this while I had the case open a second ago. I mean, I do still have the case. I meant like while I had the drive out. I wonder if maybe those shorts are just happening because it's not connected to the logic board. I wonder if it's any different now. Let's check. Seems to be about the same. Hang on, do I have like a Sharpie in here somewhere? I need to like write down which ones are doing this, just so we can be on the same page here. I know I have a Sharpie somewhere. With a Sharpie pen, that'll work, I suppose. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 8, 9, skip 1, 10. So I'm registering when I'm just going next to them. There's no continuity between 1 and 2 from left to right. There is continuity between 2 and 3. There is continuity between 3 and 4. There's continuity between 3 and 5. Or 4 and 5, sorry. There's continuity between 5 and 6. I wonder if maybe my multimeter just sucks. There's none between 6 and 7. There's none between 7 and 8. There's none between 8 and 9. And there's none between 9 and 10. So it's essentially just 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 seem to all be making contact with each other. Let me test this some more. Yeah, they're all making some sort of contact with each other on this board. Let me verify this on my other board here. Ugh. Nightmare. Yeah, exact same result on the 512 board. So I'll wait to concur with Eric, because I'm pretty sure he probably definitely knows a whole lot more about me about this. But yeah, it seems that both on this board and on my 512, which is working last time I checked. Pins 2 through 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, pins 2 through 6. Same as you on a working one. It's just resistance between components in those lines. Okay. Please, for the love of God, don't blow up when I plug this in. I have... Hang on. I have my fire extinguisher ready in case I need... I'm going to go and pull the pin on it. I'm going to waste no time on this. Okay, I'm plugging it in. No fires yet. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank God. But is it going to work? Yes! Yeah. You guys are the best. If there's a fire, this video will go viral and bring more cash for equipment. I like how you think. I love how you think. I'm going to go ahead and put the pin back in the fire extinguisher, though. Maybe another day. How the hell do I put this pin back in? Okay, there we go. Let's test what we really came here for. Let's put in this. I'm pretty sure you can't boot from this disk, so it should just spit it out. I mean, it doesn't spit the disk out as far as I hoped it would. But I mean, it spits it out, so I'll take it. Whatever. Alright. Guys will see this and think, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, we're going to try both of our discs. We have our 800K disc and our 400K disc from eBay. Let's go and start with the 400K disc. Happy Mac. Welcome to Macintosh. Did you replace the gear? I did not. The gear looked like it was fine. I didn't bother pulling it apart. 400K drive, success. Let's see if we can eject it using the manual eject tool, because that wasn't working last time. There we go. And we'll try the 800K disc next. Wait for the screen to come up. There we go. Let's make sure this works on all brightness settings, by the way. It's looking great so far. Happy Mac. Welcome to Macintosh. The gear is held by hopes and dreams that will fall apart. Hold the mouse button to eject. Yeah, I could do that, but I'm kind of lazy. Oh wait, hang on, the microphone's over here. I'm kind of lazy. It's honestly more effort to do the thing I just did, but we're gonna choose to ignore that. It's slow as hell, but it works. All right, let's go fry this mouse now. See, no, this can't be a ComputerSmith video because nothing. We didn't end in catastrophe yet. We didn't end in catastrophe yet. Okay, gonna plug the mouse in. And we're gonna make sure this is working. Perfect. One last thing I want to test. I tested it in my video, but I don't think we haven't tested it all today. Plug that sucker in there. Okay, well, it didn't fry it immediately, so... Ooh, I can't show you what's on this disk. It's supposed to be a surprise for the next video. Overclock it to 66 megahertz. I like how you think. This is system 6.0.8 on this. I'm not sure what the max this system will handle is. I think it's system 6 or something. But maybe it's system 7. I could be wrong. There is only one way to find out. And look at that. Do I have anything interesting on this system disk? Let's see. Oh, wow, yeah, I got a bunch on here. Hey, you know what I do have on here? Somewhere, I'm pretty sure I have a copy of 2 and a Mac on here. And I know you guys would love to see that. If you guys are any sort of nerd like I am, you would definitely love to see that. Let's see, where are you? Got Mac, 2 and a Mac, there it is. Now, I will say... You can even run, I think, you can run System 7.5 poorly, but it sucks. Well, sucking is what we do. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to say. I just realized what I just said. No. But doing things very poorly is the theme of this channel, so. Shouldn't have said that. Anyways, I want to say, when I tested this 2 and a Mac out on my 512K, very interestingly, it won't run under System 6 on the 512K with a floppy emulator, but only because it runs out of memory. But if you run it on System 4 with the floppy emulator, it runs fine. So, we shouldn't have that issue on here. Getting late. Yeah, this is going to be the end of the stream once we finish testing here. I do have work tomorrow, so I gotta be up at 9. It's thinking, it's racking its little brain. Look at that, Apple IIe. Right then, that is going to do it. System 4 fancy, how about 3.2? I do think I have a copy of 3.2 on here. We are going to have to shut down first. Okay, change disk. I do have a hard drive that says System 3.2 on here, so we're going to give that a shot. Are you on Discord? Yes, I am on Discord. I don't have my own server yet, but my tag is just, I think, Kana ComputerSmith, right? I guess I can't pull it up yet. It should just be at... Is this really System 3? It says, yeah, System... Okay, what does this say about the Finder? System 5.3. You're a liar. Whoever put this image on my floppy emulator, whoever put it on there, you're a liar. But we're in hard drive mode right now, so let me change it really quick to floppy mode. System 3.2. Yep. Give that a try there. .3. I must be fibbing. Yeah, system and Finder numbers. Yeah. I forget about that sometimes. But you know what? You know what? Can we run System 1 on it? System 1.1. It's going to tell me to kill myself. Oh. That's not English. No. Ah, look at that beautiful picture. Version 1.1. That's such a nice picture. I love this picture so much. I wish all the Finder versions had this picture. Especially the version that's just like a white box that just says the Macintosh Finder. It'd be much nicer if it had that picture. There's no shutdown on this one, so we just have to kind of jump on the Blue Scuzzy Discord when you pick one up if you have any questions. Thank you so much, Eric, for stopping by, and thank you for all the work you've done with Blue Scuzzy. I am almost certain to pick up one of those in the future, and I almost certainly will join that Discord. That's Ron sells a shirt, that picture on it. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Don't tempt me, guys. Don't tempt me. I might have to spend even more money. If you see me wearing that shirt in a future video, I hope you guys know it was you who suggested it. Okay? Because I didn't know that was a thing. But I do now, and I almost certainly will. We have a disc on here that's just labeled 128K Tour. So we're gonna do that next. And there it is, guided tour of Macintosh. With the little feller up there. Right, well, in that case, I do believe that's going to do it for this stream. And I just would like to say, if you're still watching at this point, if you watched it to the end, or even if you're watching this later in the future with the video on demand that's going to go up later, I would just like to say thank you so much for making it to the end of the stream, and thank you so much for supporting my humble little channel. It's viewers like you who make these streams and these repairs and me buying all this crap. It's people like you who make this possible. So I do seriously mean it when I say thank you so much for sticking around to the end and helping this channel be what it is. I hope to make more content in the future. I'd like to make some more videos with this that aren't just repair. I'm very happy with the progress we did today. After I end the stream, I'm gonna put this thing back on, and then I'm gonna put the case back on, and this will be my flagship Mac Plus. I say flagship because it's the only one that I own. Yes, thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I appreciate your guys' company, because I had nothing else to do today. So, but thank you guys for being supporters of my channel. I hope to do another one of these live streams. This one was a lot more successful than the last one, so I definitely would like to do this again, but first I have to find something to do first before we can do that, but that's okay. Thank you for sticking around. Thanks for watching. Did I turn this off? Oh. The Xbox turned off, but the TV didn't. I really can't say enough thank you guys so much for making it here tonight, and being fans of this channel. And yeah, I suppose the next video will be episode 3. I don't know when I'm going to start on that. As for the software video that I teased, I do have a complete script on that. So that might end up going up first, just because I've completed the script already. But other than that, that's it for tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching again. And thank you for being a part of this channel. And I will see you guys at some point. Good night, everybody, and thank you for making it.